What if the very foundations of honor and betrayal crumbled under the weight of a single choice? What if the heroes you thought you knew were just pawns in a game run by gods who snicker at the folly of men? Welcome to the second season of the Trojan War saga, where blood spills like cheap wine, and the stakes are as high as the walls of Troy itself. Achilles, the so-called invincible warrior, seethes with rage. His wrath isn't just a thunderstorm, it's an apocalypse waiting to happen. You think you know his story? Think again. With every heartbeat, he inches closer to a cataclysm, blinded by pride and a thirst for vengeance. But what happens when that vengeance spirals beyond his control, consuming everything in its path? Picture this, a battlefield drenched in glory and gore, where friends become foes and laughter morphs into screams. Hector, the noble defender of Troy, stands poised like a coiled serpent. His resolve is as unyielding as granite, but doubt gnaws at his soul. He bears the weight of a city, yet his heart is shackled by love. Can loyalty survive the lash of war? When the fates conspire with whispers of treachery, even the most steadfast can crack. The question hisses through the air, who will betray whom first? The gods watch with popcorn in hand, their laughter echoing across the heavens. They toy with mortals like a child with a spider, spinning webs of chaos. Don't you think it's time to question their motives? Athena, cunning and sharp, and Ars, bloodthirsty and relentless. Which side are they really on? They dance upon the strings of fate, pulling and twisting, turning heroes into fools. And so, the battlefield becomes an arena, not a veiler, but of divine manipulation. As alliances crumble like dry leaves, whispers of treason slither through the ranks. What about the women left behind, their hearts simmering with rage? Helen, the spark that ignited this inferno, is more than a trophy, she's a tempest. Will her beauty be the downfall of empires, or can she forge a new destiny? Every glance, every move, is laden with danger and desire. The air crackles with tension, and even the walls of Troy seem to hold their breath. And let's not forget the sideline players, the wily Odysseus, whose cunning knows no bounds, or the two-faced Agamemnon, whose ambition could rival the greed of the richest merchant. These are not mere soldiers, they are reckless architects of their fate, building monuments of chaos. Their schemes twist like the serpents of Medusa, and each decision leads to a new labyrinth, one more perilous than the last. This isn't just a war, it's a psychological thriller, a dark comedy draped in blood and glory. Every character is a riddle, every battle a cryptic puzzle begging for an answer. The sun rises over Troy, but will it set on a future built on pride, or will it forge a new beginning from the ashes of betrayal? The clock ticks, the gods laugh, and the air thickens with anticipation. What's your choice? The air crackled like the tension before a storm, the scent of impending rain mingling with the stench of sweat and blood. I stood in the heart of the battlefield, the horizon a jagged line of smoke and chaos, where men were nothing but shadows, swirling in a dance of death and fury. My heart raced, a wild drum against the backdrop of screams that echoed like ghosts of the fallen. I could feel the earth tremble beneath my feet, a pulse that mirrored my own. Time was a cruel trickster here, stretching and snapping like a taut bowstring, and it was within this moment, the throaty roar of a lion, the chilling silence before a fresh assault, that I realized I was on the brink of something monumental. Achilles had returned, a spectre clad in rage, and in his eyes, I saw the haunting fire of revenge. He strode forward, each step a challenge to the gods themselves, a defiance that resonated through the ranks of the Greek army. I remember how he shone like a beacon of wrath, golden hair catching the dim light, muscles taut, radiating a power that both inspired and terrified those around him. And yet, beneath that warrior's guise, there lay a boy, his heart a raw wound, a relentless ache for what had been lost. Patroclus, his beloved friend, his brother in arms, lay cold and still in the dirt, a cruel wraith haunting every breath Achilles took. Are you ready for this? A voice cut through the din, sharp as a blade. It belonged to Odysseus, eyes darkened by the weight of fate, his brow knit with the burden of leadership. He stepped closer, urgency etched into the lines of his face. If we face Hector, it's not just our lives at stake. It's the wrath of the gods. I had seen Odysseus fractured by his own conflicts, a man haunted by memories of decisions made in desperate times. But today he stood resolute, desperation curling around his heart like a serpent. I could feel the tremors of uncertainty beneath his courage, the gnawing doubts that clawed at him. Yet, there was a strength buried deep within him, a flicker of hope amidst the gathering storm. Ready? Ready is a fairy tale, Achilles shot back, his tone dripping with scorn, but there was a vulnerability in his bravado. I'm not here to play the hero anymore. His gaze was distant, lost somewhere between the past and the present, as if he were searching for Patroclus among the swirling chaos. I remember how it felt to see that despair etched in his features, how it clung to him like a shroud, the weight of his grief as tangible as the armor he wore. The battlefield erupted in a cacophony of clashing steel and anguished cries, a symphony of destruction that warped time. I felt the world blur around me, each moment stretching into infinity. And then, the shadows coalesced, forming shapes that danced in the periphery of my vision, whispering of omens and fates intertwined. I was reminded of the legends, how Achilles was invincible save for that one cursed heel, a cruel twist in the fabric of destiny. With each clash of the swords, I was pulled deeper into the raw emotion of the fight, adrenaline surged, a potent cocktail of fear and exhilaration coursing through my veins. I could almost taste victory on the tip of my tongue, sharp and bitter. But for every inch we gained, I could feel the weight of loss pressing down, a reminder that each swing of the blade could mean not just a life extinguished, but countless more shattered in the aftermath. As I watched Achilles face off against Hector, time slowed, and I found myself caught in the whirlpool of conflicting emotions. There stood Hector, fierce and proud, a man driven not just by duty but by love for his own, a brother, a son. His eyes, too, sparkled with a rage that felt all too familiar. We were all monsters in this war, capable of both destruction and devotion, and I could see the fear simmering beneath Hector's bravado, a man who understood that he might not return to his family, that the weight of honor could crush even the strongest of hearts. "Let's end this," Hector spat, his voice a low growl, something primal awakening in him. And in that moment, I saw the truth of it. Love and rage fuel this conflict, two sides of the same coin, each one tearing at the very fabric of their souls. He lunged forward, a flash of steel slicing through the air, and Achilles responded with a ferocity that made the ground tremble beneath them, each strike a dialogue of grief and fury, a desperate conversation between two souls caught in the relentless tide of fate. I remember the heat of that moment, the way the air crackled with the weight of their intertwined destinies, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last. The cosmos bore witness to their battle, the stars dimming as if even the heavens felt the gravity of their conflict. I was a bystander, heart racing in time with their movements, every clash resonating like a bell tolling doom. It was a dance of shadows waltzing upon the precipice of oblivion, a poignant reminder that every hero carries within them the seeds of destruction, that every revenge has a price. And in the throes of their struggle, I glimpsed it, Achilles, not just a warrior but a man torn apart, a heart fractured by loss, driven by a desire not only to avenge Patroclus but to heal his own shredded spirit. Each strike, each gasp, was a plea to the universe to make sense of the chaos, to salvage something of the love that once flourished in the light. "Remember me," I wanted to scream, but the words stuck in my throat, heavy with the weight of our collective grief. In that moment, time slipped away, and I understood that this was not just a battle, but a reckoning, an exploration of what it means to love fiercely and lose painfully. As I stood there, suspended between the echoes of the past and the fierce intensity of the present, I felt the world shift. The air grew thick with the promise of resolution, and I knew that whatever the outcome, nothing would ever be the same again. Every breath I took was a thread in the tapestry of their fates, binding us in a way that transcended time and space. And then there was silence, the kind that wraps around you like a shroud, thick and suffocating. But it was not the end, it was merely the stillness before the storm, the breath before the plunge. The amphitheater was alive with the restless murmur of the Achaeans, a cacophony of fear and desperation spiraling into the sun-drenched afternoon. Shadows flickered like ghosts, stretching across the ground, whispering secrets and promising betrayal. I stood there, heart pounding against my ribcage like a caged beast longing for freedom, surrounded by warriors who had once believed in the glory of conquest, now worn down by doubt and the weight of unfulfilled dreams. "Enough," shouted Agamemnon, his voice cutting through the air like a sword. But in his eyes, there was a flicker of something. Was it fear? He stood tall, adorned in the finery of a king, but his hands trembled ever so slightly. The very leader who had rallied us to the shores of Troy now felt the tremors of uncertainty crack the facade of his iron will. I could see it in his eyes, a storm brewing, ready to unleash chaos. Beside him, Menelaus fidgeted, the brother whose pride had set this entire tragedy in motion. His face was drawn, lines etched deep by sorrow and jealousy. I could feel the reverb of his past failures, his wife abducted, his honor questioned in whispered conversations. In this moment, he was not a king but a man trapped in a labyrinth of his making, and no minotaur awaited him at the center, only hollow victory and the ghosts of choices long regretted. "Who will lead us now?" a voice cried out from the crowd, raw and trembling, igniting the tension that swirled like smoke. I turned, and there was Achilles, radiant and wretched, a titan of a man cloaked in the shadows of his own making. His golden glory had been tarnished by anger, pride, and the heartache of lost friends. Their names hung in the air, a haunting melody that echoed, "Patroclus, Patroclus." His muscles tensed like coils ready to spring, but his heart bled with a sorrow too deep, a sorrow that made him human in a world of warriors. "I remember," I whispered, but my voice was swallowed by the tide of emotion crashing over us. "I remember when we believed in honor, when we thought victory was only a battle away, when the shores of Troy promised stories of glory, songs sung by the bards. Now, we stood on the precipice of despair, and the laughter that once rang through our camps felt like a ghost, haunting, taunting, gone. Achilles, you must lead us." Agamemnon implored, desperation creeping into his tone, weaving its way into the fabric of his authority. But Achilles turned away, his back a fortress against the pleas. "You have stripped me of my honor, and what remains worth fighting for?" he growled, each word dripping with a venom that struck deep. The air felt electric, charged with the weight of unspoken truths. How could he fight for a leader who sought to extinguish the light of his spirit? The assembly swayed, a living organism of raw, pulsating emotion, the heartbeat of hope and despair. I felt the heat of their longing, their desires clashing like swords, and my own heart ached in response. We were not just warriors, we were brothers, siblings forged in fire and blood, but torn apart by pride and the insatiable thirst for power. Would any of us survive this war, not the physical battles, but the tempest within our souls? "Together?" Menelaus shouted, his voice rising, breaking through the murmurs, "Together we can reclaim what is ours." But his words felt hollow, a desperate plea echoing in a canyon of doubt. The crowd was restless, eyes darting, burning with visions of glory and shadows of defeat. I could see the flicker of rebellion, a dangerous spark that threatened to ignite into a wildfire. Would we stand together, or would we fracture like a mirror, each shard reflecting our darkest fears? And then Achilles spoke, calm yet fierce, a warrior's resolve wrapped in a shroud of melancholy. To follow a leader who has betrayed us is to dance on the edge of a blade. I will not lead you to slaughter, nor will I follow a lord who forgets the weight of loyalty. His voice, though barely above a whisper, sliced through my heart, igniting a flame of recognition. Is this what our legacy will be? I thought, the question reverberating in my mind, drowning out the noise. An echo of cowardice, betrayal, and shattered dreams. I looked around, taking in the faces of my comrades, some hardened by loss, others softened by hope. We were a tapestry woven from anguish and ambition, but now, we dangled by a thread, fragile and fraying. The air thickened, a palpable tension drawing tighter around us, each heartbeat resonating with the unspoken. I realized then, this wasn't just about strategy or leadership, it was about the heart. A raw, undiluted connection between us all. The way we cared, the way we bled together. Then let it be known, Achilles declared, that I will fight for those who stand with me, not behind me. He turned to the crowd, his eyes blazing with an intensity that rendered the sun a mere reflection of his spirit. If you seek glory, seek it beside me, as brothers united, not as pawns in a game of kings. The assembly erupted, the collective breath of the Achaeans rising like a tide ready to crash upon the shore. The fracture began to mend, a fragile, beautiful stitch binding our hearts in shared purpose and raw emotion. In that moment, I felt alive, anchored by purpose, swept away by the current of urgency, and pulled deeper into the fray. I remembered the stories of old, how heroes were born from the ashes of despair, how legends took flight on the wings of camaraderie. Could we be those heroes? Could we rise from the depths of despair that threatened to swallow us whole? And as the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the amphitheater, I knew the battle was only just beginning. This was the moment the tide would turn. The assembly of the Achaeans was not merely a gathering but a crucible of transformation. We were warriors, yes, but we were also men, bound by the blood of our choices, faced with the ghosts of our pasts, and the infinite possibility of what lay ahead. With hearts pounding and spirits ignited, we stood on the brink, ready to face whatever lurking darkness awaited us. The echoes of our past whispered around us like wind through the trees, but the future, bright, uncertain, and pulsing with potential, beckoned. In that charged moment, we were more than an army, we were a movement, a testament to resilience, ready to forge our destiny together. The air crackled with tension, thick as the smoke from a sacrificial fire. I remember the way the sun hung low over the battlefield, casting long shadows that danced like specters of doubt across the scarred earth. My heart hammered in my chest, a wild bird trapped in a cage made of blood and betrayal. Menelaus, king of Sparta, stood rigid as a statue, his face a mask of stormy fury, a living testament to heartbreak and vengeance. I could see it in his eyes, the simmering rage barely contained beneath the surface, ready to erupt like the volcanoes of legend. Across from him, Paris, the prince of Troy, leaned against his spear, a figure as beautiful as he was treacherous. He wore his arrogance like a second skin, and I could feel the pulse of his confidence from where I stood, a low thrum that made the air vibrate. The world felt suspended in that moment, a fragile balance of honor and betrayal. I could almost hear the whispers of the gods above, their laughter mingling with the wind, as if they relished the chaos they had brewed among mortals. I remember the whispers among the soldiers, how they spoke of love and war, of the woman at the center of this tempest, Helen, the face that launched 1,000 ships. They said she was worth any price, even the soul of a man. I could almost taste the bitterness of those words, a reminder that love could be both a sanctuary and a prison. Menelaus clenched his jaw, the muscles in his neck taut, as he stepped forward. I saw the glimmer of his sword, an extension of his will, forged in the fires of betrayal. He was a man on the edge, teetering between honor and madness. Paris, he growled, each syllable dripping with venom, you've stolen my wife, my honor. Today, we will settle this, one way or another. Paris laughed, a sound that grated against my ears, a haunting melody of arrogance and defiance. You think you can reclaim what you've lost through bloodshed? Helen chose me. Her heart is not a trophy to be won back. His voice was smooth, like silk spun from deceit, and yet there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes that betrayed him. The gods were cruel, weaving webs of fate that ensnared even the most cunning of mortals. As they faced each other, time seemed to stretch, the heartbeat of the earth echoing in my ears. I felt the weight of their histories, of dreams dashed and futures shattered. Menelaus's thoughts screamed for vengeance, for a sense of closure. Paris danced on the knife's edge of bravado, the specter of love lost lurking just beneath his bravado. They were both caught in a tempest of their own making, two sides of a coin spun high into the uncertain sky. The sound of armor clashing, the metallic ring of steel against steel, pierced the thick silence that enveloped us. With each clash, every parry and thrust, I could feel the weight of their choices settling like a shroud upon their shoulders. Honor was a fickle mistress, and betrayal dripped like poison from Paris's lips. Each strike was a plea for redemption, a desperate cry for validation that echoed through the ages. I remember the crash of swords, the raw energy of their movements, each man pouring his heart into the fight. Menelaus fought like a man possessed, haunted by visions of a life that could have been. He remembered the laughter they shared, the quiet moments stolen in the midst of war. In contrast, Paris danced, fluid and graceful, his mind a tempest of guilt and desire. Each step he took was a reminder of love's fragility, a song of longing for something that had shattered. The crowd around us held their breath, their faces etched with fear and anticipation. I sensed the collective heartbeat of the warriors, their hopes and fears intertwining like the threads of fate. It was a tableau of raw emotion, men weeping for lost love, women praying for their sons, every breath a prayer to the gods. I felt the pulse of history, a wave of desperation washing over us, binding us to this moment. Suddenly, with a swift movement, Menelaus struck. The sword sliced through the air in a deadly arc, I gasped as Paris barely dodged, a flicker of fear flashing across his features. For a heartbeat, I thought of the stories that would be told, of how honor could turn to ash in an instant. The duel was not just for Helen, it was a battle for their very souls, a clash of dreams and nightmares entwined in the fabric of time. Yet even as the fight raged on, there lingered a sense of futility. I watched as both men fought against a tide of despair, their actions echoing through the very cosmos. They were both trapped, ensnared in a web of their own making. The shadows lengthened around them, darkening the ground where blood would soon flow. I felt the pull of inevitability, like gravity, drawing us all into the abyss. As the sun dipped lower, a crimson hue bled across the horizon, bathing the scene in a haunting glow. It was as if the universe itself mourned for what was lost. Each blow, each clash of steel, became a heartbeat in this tragic symphony. Every breath was a reminder of what lay ahead, a promise of pain and suffering that could not be undone. In that moment, I felt the weight of the world upon my shoulders. The pain of honor twisted with betrayal, the ache of lost love echoing in the very marrow of my being. The duel was no longer just a fight, it was a dance of fate, a tragic ballet that would leave scars on the souls of all who witnessed it. I remember thinking, how could love be so cruel? How could honor demand such sacrifice? The answer lay in the bitter truth of humanity. We are all flawed, all searching for something just out of reach. In that moment, as swords clashed and hearts broke, I wished for nothing more than to escape the madness, yet I felt an undeniable pull toward the chaos. And as their weapons crossed again, I knew this was only the beginning. The cycle of love and loss, of honor and betrayal, would continue spinning its web, pulling us all into its grasp. The echoes of their clash reverberated through the very fabric of time, like ghosts weaving a tapestry of despair and longing. The sun dipped below the horizon, and I stood on the brink of the abyss, captivated, terrified, and utterly unable to look away. The air crackled, thick with tension. A storm gathered, dark clouds swirling above the city like the very gods themselves were locked in a battle. Lightning flickered, illuminating the twisted faces of those who had gathered in the square, their eyes wide with fear and desire, an audience expecting a spectacle, and a reckoning. I stood there, heart racing, feeling the weight of their hopes upon my chest, like a stone lodged within. A promise had been made, a sacrifice demanded. I was the vessel, tethered to the ground by the cruel strings of fate, the puppet of powers far greater than myself. I had always been just a girl, a nobody. But today, I was summoned. Around me, the crowd murmured, voices rising and falling like the tide. I could see Elara, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her hands clasped tightly around a silver locket, a talisman of her brother who had disappeared under mysterious circumstances. She had taken to me, shared her fears, her dreams, all while I struggled with my own. I remember her whispering late at night, "What if the gods turn their backs on us?" But there, in the heart of chaos, I felt small, an insignificant speck against the cosmic storm brewing above. The air smelled of rain and desperation, and I knew, deep down, that the gods were watching. They were always watching. Then there was Marcus, his rugged face suffused with a mixture of anger and longing. I could see him clenching his fists, knuckles white as bone. "This is madness. They think they can play us like pawns," he growled, but beneath the rage lay a heart fractured by loss, the memory of a father sacrificed to appease the whims of unseen powers. I often caught him staring into the distance, as though searching for answers in the clouds, haunted by a truth he couldn't face. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the figure of the high priestess, draped in flowing robes that seemed to shimmer with starlight and shadow. She raised her arms, each movement graceful yet ominous. "The gods demand tribute!" Her voice boomed, resonating through the crowd like an echo of doom. "Blood must flow to quench their thirst." A collective gasp, the sound shivered through the square. I could feel the pulse of fear, the tremors of 1,000 hearts sinking to the rhythm of an unspoken dread. The gods were not merciful, they were fickle, capricious, like children playing with their toys, unaware of the pain they could inflict. And there I was, caught in the web of divine politics, the chosen one, or perhaps the unwilling sacrifice. My thoughts raced, a cacophony of doubts and fears. I remember the dreams, the visions that plagued my sleep, whispers of the past, shadows of those who had come before me, who had dared to defy. You will be tested, they told me. You will know the wrath of the gods. Ilara's sobs broke through my reverie. I turned to her, desperation clawing at my throat. We can't let them take another, I shouted, but the words felt hollow against the weight of tradition, the unyielding grip of what had always been. Marcus stepped forward, his voice a fierce growl. Then we fight. What are we if not warriors of our own fate? He looked at me, beseeching, igniting a spark of rebellion within my chest. We cannot be their pawns. We will not be their offering. The crowd shifted, murmurs of dissent swelling like a tide, while the lightning crashed above, mimicking the turmoil within. The high priestess faltered, uncertainty flickering across her face. For a fleeting moment, I saw her humanity. Was she a vessel of the gods, or simply a puppet too? The moment hung in the air, suspended like the dark clouds above, heavy with potential and peril. Ilara squeezed my hand, her grip firm, grounding me. If we do this, she whispered, we may lose everything. I remembered standing on the edge of the abyss, fear mingling with a daring hope. What if we gain freedom? I responded, breathless as the storm raged on. A thrill shot through me, a reckless abandon surging like the winds. And then it happened, the thunder struck, a deafening roar that shattered the moment. A bolt of lightning hit the altar, flames erupting in a violent dance, illuminating the faces around me, twisted by fear and fervor. The gods were angry, and they demanded our respect, our submission. But we were no longer willing to bow. With our hearts pounding as one, we surged forward, a tide of humanity crashing against the barriers of divine law. We will not be silenced. Marcus bellowed, his voice a rallying cry that rippled through the crowd. I felt the tremors beneath my feet, the pulse of defiance igniting in each person around me. The high priestess stepped back, her eyes wide, caught off guard by the raw power of the people. You dare challenge the gods, she hissed, but her voice wavered, betraying the fear we all sensed. Yes! I screamed, and the word echoed against the stones like a chant. We dare! I could feel the heat of the flames, the weight of 1,000 fears shared and transformed. The very ground shook, the gods stirring in their celestial abodes, watching, waiting. It was no longer a question of sacrifice but of rebellion, of standing against the tide of fate itself. And as we surged forward, hearts pounding in furious unison, I knew this moment would mark the beginning, or the end. The gods would soon intervene, their divine politics swirling like the storm overhead, and we stood at the precipice, poised to either conquer or be consumed. In that heartbeat, everything was at stake. Time itself felt suspended, the cosmos bending to our will, and I could only hope that within this chaos, we would find our truth. The air crackled with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, the dying light casting long shadows over the encampment. I could hear the distant clash of swords, like thunder echoing from some forsaken battlefield, where lives were lost as easily as a breath exhaled. I stood amidst the chaos, heart pounding, feeling every heartbeat reverberate through my bones. It was a night of reckoning, and I had come to understand that we were all mere pawns on a cursed chessboard. I remember Agamemnon's voice, thick with arrogance, slicing through the air like a dagger. I will not be defied. His eyes, cold as steel, scanned the weary faces of his men, searching for rebellion. He was a king who had tasted power too long, a man who believed his crown shielded him from the consequences of his own hubris. But the crown weighed heavy, a gilded noose tightening around his neck, and I could see it, the flicker of uncertainty in his gaze, the tremor in his hands. A ruler, yes, but a fragile beast, teetering on the edge of madness. Then there was Achilles, like a tempest trapped in a mortal body. He stood apart, a statue of fury, the embodiment of wrath. I could feel the heat radiating from him, a fire stoked by injustice. You take what is rightfully mine, he roared, his words echoing in the stillness, each syllable a hammer striking against the anvil of fate. The loss of his beloved Briseis weighed upon him like a dark shroud, a wound that refused to heal. I could sense his anger wrapping around him, a cloak of betrayal that suffocated all reason. Is honor worth this? I thought, as I watched the two men grapple with their own demons. They were warriors, yes, but also men, deeply flawed and achingly human. Agamemnon clung to his authority like a drowning man to driftwood, while Achilles, a storm ready to break, seethed with a fury that threatened to consume him whole. The rift between them widened, a chasm filled with shattered dreams and broken promises. I stepped closer, drawn in by their electric conflict, feeling the tension weave around me like a noose. "You think yourself invincible," Achilles growled, his voice low and dangerous, the quiet before the storm. "But I am no servant to your whims." Each word dripped with venom, and I was caught in the crossfire, the weight of their enmity pressing down on me like a mountain. A sudden stillness fell over the camp, the kind that precedes disaster. I could hear the rustle of leaves, the soft whispers of the night, but all I felt was the pulse of impending conflict. The shadows danced around us, twisting and turning like the fate of men. It was in this moment, this fragile silence, that I understood they were not just kings or warriors, they were men caught in a web of their own making, lost in a labyrinth of pride and grief. "Do you not see?" Agamemnon's voice cracked, the mask of a king slipping, revealing the raw, bleeding heart beneath. "This war is not just for glory. It is for survival." But even as he spoke, I could see pain in his eyes. The weight of command pressed down upon him, a burden he did not know how to carry. I wanted to reach out, to shake him from his delusion, but it was too late. The abyss yawned wide, ready to swallow them both. "Oh, but at what cost?" Achilles shot back, each word a knife cutting deeper into the air. "You think your crown will protect you when the gods come to collect?" His voice trembled now, not with fear but with a fury that threatened to explode. I could feel it building, the energy coiling like a serpent ready to strike. The world around us faded, leaving only the two men locked in a battle of wills, their hearts beating with a syncopated rhythm of anger and sorrow. The night deepened, shadows stretching like ghosts across the ground. I watched as the echoes of their confrontation filled the void, a haunting melody of pride and betrayal. Every breath felt heavy, every heartbeat a reminder of the storm brewing just beyond the horizon. I fought against the urge to scream, a primal instinct clawing at my throat. Would they tear each other apart? Would the gods watch, indifferent, as men fell victim to their own folly? In that moment, time warped around us, stretching and contracting like a taut string ready to snap. I felt as if I were suspended in some cosmic ballet, the universe itself holding its breath, waiting for the first spark to ignite the tinder of their rage. Would it be Agamemnon's pride that would break first, or would Achilles unleash the tempest within him? "Remember who you are!" Agamemnon shouted, desperation lacing his words, but I could see the cracks in his armor. He was both king and man, stripped bare before us. "Do not let your anger blind you." But anger had already seeped into Achilles' marrow, a poison that twisted his very essence. "You are but a shadow of what a true leader should be," he spat, and I felt the world shift, the scales tipping dangerously. I stood there, heart racing, body vibrating with the intensity of their strife. The air crackled with the promise of violence, the palpable tension hanging like a thunderstorm ready to break. I could feel it in my bones, the weight of history pressing down upon us, every decision echoing through time. Each word spoken was a thread woven into the tapestry of fate, and I was helpless to unravel it. As the night deepened, shadows began to swallow the camp whole. The stars blinked down like disinterested witnesses to the chaos below, and I felt the despair settle in my chest like a stone. The rift between Agamemnon and Achilles was no longer just a chasm, it had become a chasm of despair, drawing us all closer to the edge. Their fury was not just about war, it was about love lost, respect shattered, and dreams decimated. Their hearts, once noble and proud, now splintered and raw, were on the brink of destruction. I remember the silence that followed, thick and suffocating. Even the winds dared not whisper. I stood frozen, caught in the grasp of inevitability, knowing that the next word spoken would change everything. The world held its breath, teetering on the edge of revelation. And then, like a thunderclap, the storm broke. The air crackled with tension, heavy as a storm cloud about to unleash its fury, and there, amidst the clangor of battle, I stood frozen, heart pounding like war drums. I had never known fear such as this. The battlefield stretched before me, a chaotic tableau of men entwined in a dance of death. Each clash of metal against metal reverberated in my chest, echoing my own dread. I remember Patroclus, his laughter, his fierce spirit, now dulled by the haze of war. How could I have let him go, let him don that armor, so sure of his strength? It was a reckless decision, one that chilled me to my marrow. I could still see the glint of Achilles' armor as it had wrapped around him, a shroud that promised glory, but I knew it would only lead to ruin. The sun hung low, casting elongated shadows that whispered secrets of fate. The Greeks surged forward, their cries mingling with the clash of swords, and I felt the world tilt, teetering on the brink of something terrible. "Patroclus!" I screamed, my voice swallowed by the cacophony, a desperate plea against the relentless tide of violence. He was always so much braver than I. I remember a time long ago, beneath a sky painted with stars, when we shared secrets, dreams, the softest laughter amidst the weight of our lives. Back when we were boys, wild and untamed, the world stretched before us like an endless horizon. But now, under the weight of destiny, I stood paralyzed, a ghost haunting the edges of a nightmare. "Stay back!" I had shouted, desperate to pull him from the clutches of this madness. But his eyes blazed with a fire I could not extinguish. "I will not stand idle while my people suffer," he had declared, and the resolution in his voice sent chills racing down my spine. A warrior's heart beats for glory, but I knew, oh, how I knew, that glory often dances hand in hand with death. With a shriek, the air split open as Hector, the prince of Troy, surged forth, a storm cloaked in armor, his presence as potent as the fabled winds of fate. I can still see the way the sun glinted off his sword, a serpent poised to strike. My breath caught in my throat, an icy realization flooding my veins. This was it. The moment I had feared since the very day he had taken to the field. Time slowed, grinding to a halt. I remember the hollow pit in my stomach, the taste of dread like copper on my tongue. Patroclus charged, and I felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. "No!" I gasped, but my cry was lost among the chaos. His bravery was a double-edged sword, sharp enough to cut through the veil of night, and yet, it taunted me, promising an outcome I could scarcely bear to imagine. I wanted to reach for him, to pull him back into the safety of our shared dreams, the laughter of our youth. But he was already swept away, a candle flickering in the tempest of war. The world around me blurred into a violent symphony of screams and the sickening crunch of bodies falling, yet I was rooted, anchored by the weight of impending loss. I could see Hector, fierce and unyielding, his eyes locked onto Patroclus with the ferocity of a lion protecting its territory. I felt the air crackle with the energy of their fates entwining, a cosmic joke waiting to unfold. Patroclus charged, striking with a thunderous roar, a beautiful madness pulsating through him. For a moment, the sun broke through the clouds, illuminating his figure as if the heavens themselves had blessed him. But glory is a fickle companion, and as quickly as the light had shone, darkness enveloped the field. A flash of steel, a swift movement, Hector struck, and I felt the breath of life leave Patroclus in a gasp that echoed through the very fabric of my soul. I remember the moment it happened, time fracturing like glass. The world fell silent, a ghostly stillness wrapping around me. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the universe slowing as I watched him stagger, confusion and betrayal dancing across his face. "Achilles," he whispered, the name a prayer, a plea, a haunting echo of our bond. I could see the light dim in his eyes, fading like the last rays of sunset swallowed by the horizon. "No," I cried out, the word a roar, primal scream that clawed at my throat. My hands trembled as I reached for him, but the distance between us was insurmountable, an abyss of despair that swallowed my heart whole. The battlefield spun as I stumbled forward, the ground slick with blood, the air thick with the metallic taste of death. I could feel panic rising, clawing at my chest like an animal desperate to escape. The weight of my own inaction bore down upon me, a suffocating shroud of guilt. I should have fought harder, begged him to stay. "Patroclus, please!" I sobbed, but the words fell away, lost in the currents of chaos. And then, amidst the screams and the clashing swords, it happened. He fell, a brilliant flame extinguished, collapsing to the earth as if the very ground had betrayed him. A piece of me shattered with him, splintering into 1,000 pieces that would never fit back together. I fell to my knees beside him, cradling his head in my lap as the world around us faded into a blur. His eyes glazed, the warmth leaving his body. "I remember," he murmured, and I could see the memories flicker across his face like the last breath of a dying star. The fight raged on, but for me, time froze, caught in a cruel trick of fate. I was lost in the depths of despair, the screams of the dying merging with his fading heartbeat. I remember the moment everything changed. The loss was a gaping wound, a void that would swallow me whole, an ache that would reverberate through eternity. The stars above bore silent witness to our tragedy, indifferent to the unfolding sorrow. I was left with the fragments of what could have been, clutching the remnants of a love that was both beautiful and tragic, woven into the very fabric of our existence. As I held him close, my heart shattered, a million pieces scattering into the night, and in that moment, I was left with only the overwhelming weight of grief and the haunting promise of vengeance. The air hangs thick, heavy with the scent of blood and smoke. A battle rages in the distance, but here, in this moment, time seems to pause. I can almost hear the heartbeat of Troy pulsing, a desperate thrum beneath a sky smeared with the colors of dusk. Shadows stretch and twist like elongated fingers, reaching for something lost. There he stands, Achilles. His eyes burn with a fury that could ignite the heavens themselves, yet he is bound by a sorrow that drags him down, anchoring his heart to the earth like a stone. I remember when joy danced in his laughter, when the sun kissed his golden hair as he ran through the fields, a child too vibrant for this world's darkness. But that joy is gone, replaced by a relentless thirst for vengeance. The death of Patroclus haunts him, a specter that whispers in the wind, weaving through his thoughts like a wraith. Each whisper is a dagger, a reminder of loss that clings to his skin. Beside him, there's Hector, the noble prince of Troy, trapped between duty and despair. I can feel the weight of his armor, the way it encases him like a tomb. He is not merely a warrior, he is a son, a brother, a husband. But as the war drums echo in the distance, he feels the chains of destiny tighten around him. His heart is a fragile thing, balancing on a precipice of honor and fear. I remember the way he speaks to his wife, Andromache, her eyes wide with dread as she pleads with him to stay, to drop the sword and shield and flee to safety. But Hector is a man of his word, a man of his people. In his gaze, I see the flickering candle of resolve. It fights against the suffocating darkness that threatens to snuff it out. He remembers the laughter of children, the warmth of home, the sweet scent of bread baking in the oven. Yet here he stands, poised on the edge of annihilation. The weight of the city rests upon his shoulders, and every step he takes draws him closer to a fate he cannot escape. Achilles, on the other hand, feels untethered. He's a force of nature, raging against the gods and men alike. I can almost hear his thoughts, echoing inside his skull. What is honor when the heart is hollow? What is glory when vengeance is all that remains? Rage boils within him, a tempest that churns and roils. He remembers the softness of Patroclus' voice, the gentle touch that once soothed his soul. But now, that voice is silenced, replaced by an unbearable void. And it is this void that propels him forward, this emptiness that drives him into the heart of battle. The clash of swords and the cries of men punctuate the silence, a dreadful symphony of chaos. Bodies fall like autumn leaves, lifeless and forgotten. I can see Achilles charging into the fray, a whirl of gold and wrath, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, the blade glinting in the dying light. The ground beneath him shakes, alive with the vibrations of an ancient curse. Each swing of his weapon is a cry for revenge, a desperate clawing at the fabric of fate itself. He finds Hector, and the world narrows to a single point, a collision course of fate and fury. I can feel the tension crackle in the air, thick and electric. Their eyes lock, the silence between them amplifying the noise of the battlefield. Time stretches, elastic, as if the cosmos holds its breath. Hector's heart races, the weight of his choice is crushing him. Achilles shouts his name, a roar that drowns all else, and in that moment, I see the ghost of Patroclus standing between them, a haunting reminder of what has been sacrificed. Let it end, Hector pleads, his voice a fragile whisper, yet it cuts through the chaos like a knife. You seek revenge, but what will it bring you? Will it fill the void? Will it resurrect the fallen? But vengeance is a beast that feeds on itself, and Achilles is no longer a man. He is a force, a storm unleashed, a tempest that knows no mercy. His soul is on fire, and the world around him fades, leaving only Hector, the man he blames for the deepest wound of all. The taste of blood fills the air, metallic and sickly, and I can feel my own heart pounding in rhythm with the impending clash. In that fleeting instant, Hector's mind flashes back to the quiet moments, holding his son, the warmth of Andromache beside him. The truth grips him like a vice. This is not just a fight for glory. This is a fight for life and love. But does he dare hope? The shadows whisper doubts, while the flame of honor flickers in his chest. With every heartbeat, the distance between them closes, faster and faster, until it is a mere breath, a heartbeat, the echo of a million hopes and dreams vibrating through time. And I am caught in this whirlwind, between rage and sorrow, between life and death. The clash erupts like thunder, the sound reverberating through the ground beneath me. Each strike is a confluence of fate and fury, a dance of death. Achilles, consumed by his rage, is relentless, but I see the flickers of doubt in his eyes. He is not merely fighting Hector, he is fighting himself, battling the shadows of his own despair. With every blow, he seeks not just vengeance, but redemption, a desperate yearning to reclaim what has been lost. And Hector, noble and brave, holds the weight of the world on his shoulders, knowing that death is inevitable, yet fighting fiercely for every lost moment, every breath of fresh air, every cherished memory that tugs at his heart. He swings his sword with a resolve that makes me want to shout, to scream at the heavens that this is not how it should end. The world is a blur, chaotic, dizzying. Blood paints the ground, and the cries of the fallen mingle with the whispers of the past. Time feels like a taut string, ready to snap. And I stand there, trapped in this moment, feeling the weight of their souls pressing down on me, the echo of their choices rippling through the air. It's not just a fight, it's the culmination of lives lived, of love lost, of dreams shattered. The fate of Achilles and Hector intertwines, each breath a testament to their humanity. And as I watch them, I realize I am powerless to change it. This is their reckoning, and I am but a spectator in this grand tragedy. The clang of armor echoes, sharp, echoing through the air like a bell tolling for the damned. I stand frozen, a spectator in this savage theater of war, feeling the weight of 1,000 heartbeats pulsing in the air, each one a drum heralding the inevitable. Ahead, two figures emerge from the murky haze of battle, and the world around me narrows to a single pulse, a singular moment that holds the universe hostage. Achilles, the lion-hearted, his eyes ablaze with a ferocity that could set the skies on fire, faces Hector, the steadfast prince of Troy, who carries the weight of his city's hopes upon his shoulders like a shroud. I remember the way Hector stood before the towering walls of Troy, a silhouette against the sun, defiance etched into every line of his face. I remember the whispers of the crowds, the hushed prayers for their champion, the taste of salt on lips trembling with fear. And yet, beneath that brave exterior, I see the flicker of doubt in Hector's eyes. A man, yes, a warrior, but burdened with the knowledge that the hands of fate are as fickle as the winds that shift over the plains, the winds that now howl in anticipation of bloodshed. With each heavy step, I feel the ground tremble. The world blurs, bursts of color and sound collapsing into a miasma of chaos, but every nerve in my body vibrates with the tension between these two titans. The air thickens, I can almost taste it, metallic and raw, like fear itself. Time slows, like molasses flowing down the walls of history, each second stretching as if it knows the weight of what's coming. Achilles, the embodiment of wrath, strides forward, and I can see his memories flickering in his eyes, his friend Patroclus, the laughter shared, the dreams of glory that now feel like ghosts dancing on the edge of despair. Rage fuels him, it's a fire, a wildfire that could consume the world. But underneath that rage, there's an ache, a deep, gnawing emptiness, the kind that makes a warrior feel small, lost in the shadows of what once was. And Hector, standing resolute, is the ghost of a man who knows what is coming. The stakes have never been higher, he is fighting not just for his life, but for the very soul of Troy, for his family, for the echoes of laughter that still linger in the halls of his home. He is aware of the legends, the whispers that will follow this clash, but the thought of the crown of glory weighs heavy alongside the reality of loss. Each heartbeat reverberates with the unspoken question, what if I fail? As they close the distance, the battlefield fades away, replaced by a surreal stillness. It's just the two of them now, locked in a dance of fate and fury. I can feel the resonance of every blow before it lands, a premonition that sends shivers down my spine. The sun bleeds crimson, casting long shadows, as if the very cosmos holds its breath. In those fleeting moments, a universe of emotion hangs suspended. Then, with a roar that echoes through the chambers of my heart, Achilles charges, all raw muscle and relentless fury. His spear flies through the air, a comet streaking toward its target. Hector stands firm, a bulwark against the tide of chaos, but even as he raises his shield, I see the flash of doubt in his eyes, a fleeting acknowledgement of his own mortality. Can one man truly stand against the wrath of a god? The clash of metal is deafening, a symphony of destruction, and I can almost hear the cries of the fallen whispering from the earth below, urging them on, fueling their rage. It is a dance of titans, each movement charged with desperation and the weight of legacies. I can feel Achilles' breath, a ragged inhale soaked in the acrid scent of vengeance, and Hector's, a prayer, a silent lament for the lives that may never see the dawn again. Their eyes lock, and in that moment, I see not just warriors, but broken souls wrestling with the specters of their choices. Achilles, a man of fury forged in loss, who knows that vengeance can be a double-edged sword, slicing through flesh but also through spirit. And Hector, a leader caught in the eyes of his people, a man wrestling with fear, the fear of failure, the fear of becoming a ghost himself. Blood spills, staining the earth like ink on parchment, each drop a word written in the annals of history. I remember the first time I felt heartbreak, that hollow ache in my chest, and I realized that this moment is that ache magnified 1,000-fold. It is the sound of shattered dreams, the taste of sweat and despair mingling in the air, underlined by the knowledge that glory and tragedy are often two sides of the same coin. Each strike, each parry, sends shockwaves through the crowd, a visceral reminder of mortality. I see the gods above, their laughter echoing hollowly in the air, as they watch their pawns move on the chessboard of fate. The sands of time flow relentlessly, and with each heartbeat, the inevitability of death looms larger, waiting to claim its prize. Achilles, with fury coursing through his veins, lunges forward, and in an instant, the world holds its breath. Hector, resolute but fraying, meets him with an unwavering spirit. But in that moment of collision, I feel the world shift, as if the very fabric of reality trembles at the threshold of this clash. A scream erupts, a battle cry that cuts like a knife through the chaos. I taste the salt of tears mixed with the bitter tang of blood, and I know that this moment will change everything. The air crackles with energy, and I am drawn into their struggle, feeling the weight of their destinies intertwined, like stars spiraling in the vast void of space. And as their weapons clash, I remember the futility of this dance. They are bound by honor, by love, by the burdens of their legacies. There's no stopping this storm, no turning back. Each heartbeat draws me deeper into the tempest, an unyielding current that pulls me toward the outcome, toward the ending that has already been written in the stars, yet remains unseen. The clash of titans intensifies, resonating in my soul, and I find myself standing at the precipice of fate, watching as history hangs in the balance, fragile, beautiful, and terrifying all at once. The silence was suffocating, a thick, choking fog that wrapped around the crumbling stones of the ancient castle. I stood there, heart pounding, breath shallow, as the echoes of a distant scream clawed at my insides. The air crackled with a tension so palpable, I could almost taste the coppery tang of fear. It was in that moment, alone in the dark, surrounded by shadows that whispered secrets, I felt the weight of fate pressing down upon me like a leaden shroud. I remember the first omen. A crow, perched atop the withering branches of a gnarled tree, cawed thrice, each cry reverberating through my bones. It felt like a warning, a cruel reminder that destiny was already spinning its web around us. My sister, Ilara, had been the first to notice. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, but there was a tremor in her voice. "Sarah, it's a sign. The crows never lie." She had a penchant for the dramatic, a flair that both captivated and terrified me. I remember rolling my eyes, wanting to dismiss her fears, but deep down, I felt the chill of inevitability creeping into my marrow. Moments later, we found ourselves in the heart of the decaying castle, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and mildew. The moon hung low and full outside, casting ghostly shadows that danced across the walls. I could hear Ilara's soft murmurs as she traced her fingers along the jagged stone, searching for answers hidden in the cracks. "What if the prophecy is true?" she whispered, her voice barely more than a wisp. "What if we can change our fate?" Her words hung between us, heavy with the gravity of our shared history, steeped in the stories our mother told us at bedtime. I remember the scorn that bubbled within me then, the stubbornness that made me scoff at the notion of prophesies, of omens. "We're not pawns in some celestial game," I shot back, but the words felt hollow, echoing off the cold stone walls like the laughter of ghosts. I wanted to believe I was stronger than the fate that loomed, like a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. But then the door creaked open, and the air shifted abruptly, a sinister presence flooding the space. In the doorway stood Malachi, the town's soothsayer, his eyes dark as storm clouds. "The hour draws near," he intoned, his voice a low rumble reminiscent of distant thunder. I felt Ilara stiffen beside me, her playful demeanor replaced by a palpable dread. Malachi's gaze bore into me, unsettling, as if he could see right through to my fears. "You cannot outrun what is already written." Every muscle in my body screamed for me to flee, yet I stood frozen. Fate was a coiled serpent, and I was the prey it had ensnared. "What do you mean?" I managed, my voice trembling like the last leaf clinging to a winter branch. His smile was a grimace, a sliver of mystery that sent shivers racing down my spine. "The prophecy speaks of a choice, a sacrifice," he muttered, his voice growing softer, almost conspiratorial. "A shadow will rise, and blood must be spilled for balance to be restored." The words hung in the air, thick and suffocating. Every heartbeat drummed an echo of impending doom, a reminder that our lives were not just our own, they were threads woven into a larger tapestry, one that teetered on the brink of destruction. Ilara's hand found mine, her grasp trembling yet fierce, an anchor in a storm. "We can fight this," she urged, desperation lacing her words. But deep inside, I felt the cold fingers of reality clutching at my heart. What if we couldn't? What if we were merely marionettes dancing to the whims of fate, tangled in strings we could never sever? Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the room, revealing a glimpse of the darkness outside, a figure lurking, shadowy and indistinct. I felt an icy tendril of fear crawl up my spine, tightening its grip like a vice. My breath hitched as the figure moved, a restless spirit caught between worlds, and I could swear, in that fleeting moment, I saw the glint of a blade, a harbinger of the violence that awaited us. "It's coming," I whispered, dread pooling in the pit of my stomach. The clock on the wall ticked ominously, each second a countdown to some inescapable end. Ilara's eyes widened, a storm of emotion swirling within them, fear, hope, determination. "We have to confront it, Sarah. We must face our fate." But as I looked into her eyes, I felt a flicker of doubt. What if we were just pawns in a game far more sinister than we could ever comprehend? The thought sent tremors through my body, and I squeezed her hand tighter, wishing I could shield her from the oncoming storm. The night dragged on, twisted in uncertainty, every sound magnified in the silence, a whisper, a rustle, the castle itself seemed to breathe. And with every passing moment, I felt the prophecy tightening around us like a noose, an inescapable fate that bound us together in shared terror. What could we do against the tides of destiny? The question loomed large, filling the space between us with a heavy dread. As the shadows deepened and the darkness crept closer, I realized I could no longer deny it. Our lives were intertwined with something ancient and powerful, something that would not be denied. I could feel the universe shifting, aligning in ways I couldn't understand, but the weight of it bore down on me like a mountain. "Whatever comes, we face it together," I said finally, the words tasting like iron in my mouth. But beneath the bravado, a tremor of fear shivered through me. We were two souls against the creeping darkness, and I could feel the pulse of fate thrumming like a heartbeat, a reminder that sometimes, destiny writes its own story, and we are left to bear the scars. The air was thick with dread, a suffocating cloud that clung to the skin like the weight of 1,000 lost souls. A war cry pierced the silence of dawn, sharp and raw, echoing across the scarred fields of Troy. I could hear the distant clang of bronze against bronze, the fierce grunts of men fighting for glory, for love, for life. But in that moment, I stood still, paralyzed by the vivid chaos unfolding before me. The scent of blood mingled with the smoke rising from the burning wreckage, and I could taste it, coppery, metallic, promising both honor and despair. Achilles stood there, a titan of fury and pain, his eyes ablaze, consumed by an anger that felt almost palpable. It was in those eyes, dark as a stormy night, where I glimpsed the deeper scars woven into his very being. He held the shield of Achilles, a masterpiece forged from the raw essence of the universe. On its surface, the beauty of life was etched in intricate detail, cities alive with laughter, fields bursting with harvests, the vibrant pulse of existence. Yet beneath that glorious imagery, the shadows whispered of impending doom, of sorrow that would come crashing down like a tidal wave, erasing all that was bright and hopeful. Beside him stood Patroclus, a flicker of warmth amid the encroaching darkness. He was Achilles' closest friend, his heart tethered to the warriors like a fragile thread in a tempest. "You cannot go on like this," Patroclus urged, his voice trembling, but sturdy as the earth beneath us. "You have to fight, Achilles. For all of us." But the words fell heavy, like stones dropped into a bottomless well. Achilles, lost in a labyrinth of his own making, could hardly hear them. "I remember the sound of laughter," he said, his voice low, almost to himself. "I remember the sweet tang of wine, the warmth of embraces that felt eternal." His memories pulled at him, haunted him. The shield was both his armor and his curse, reflecting a world he could not bear to lose, yet felt almost destined to destroy. "Achilles," Patroclus pressed, desperation creeping into his tone, "the shield isn't just a weapon. It's a mirror. It shows what you're fighting for, and what you're willing to lose." The words hung in the air, charged with unspoken truths. In that moment, I could see the conflict raging within them, two souls intertwined in a dance of love and loyalty, yet standing at the precipice of inevitable tragedy. A sudden cry jolted me from my reverie, a flash of steel, a glint of death rushing toward Patroclus. Time slowed, stretching like a taut string ready to snap. I could feel the panic, the suffocating grip of fear wrapped around my heart like a vice. "No!" I screamed, but my voice was lost in the tempest of battle. Patroclus lunged forward, sword raised, yet the shadow of fate loomed closer. The sword struck true and the world shattered. I could see the light dim in his eyes, flickering like a candle against the dark. Blood poured forth, staining the earth, painting a grim picture on the canvas of their intertwined destinies. The shield, once a symbol of hope, now bore witness to loss, a relentless reminder of what was sacrificed. Achilles roared, a sound that could have split the heavens, raw and primal. Anguish twisted his features, transforming the warrior into something almost ghostly. I felt his pain clawing at me, tearing through my skin, a visceral reminder of the human experience. A love so profound that its absence would leave a gaping wound, a void that threatened to engulf him. The shield became a reflection not just of life, but of the life that would no longer breathe. In that moment, I was drawn deeper into their plight, the tapestry of fate wrapping tighter around my very being. The shield was a paradox, showing beauty and joy while simultaneously heralding destruction. It was a cruel reminder of the fickle nature of existence. The battles fought, the lives lived, all captured within its intricate design, but what good was beauty when it led to ruin? Achilles fell to his knees, haunted by whispers of the past. "I remember the victories," he choked out, his voice cracking. "I remember the songs sung in honor of brave hearts." But now, his gaze drifted to the shield, the echoes of laughter fading into silence. "Now, it is a tombstone, marking all that I've lost." The intensity of his grief rolled over me, a wave of despair crashing against rugged cliffs of hope. Patroclus's suffering was a ghost, lingering just out of reach, haunting the very fibers of Achilles' being. The warrior realized that love could be a battlefield too. Each moment of happiness was a dagger poised to strike, a reminder of the fragility of life. The shield was not just a piece of armor, it was a vessel containing the essence of every breath, every heartbeat, every fleeting moment they had shared. It became the stage for their greatest tragedy, a visual echo of all that could not last. I could feel the weight of their choices, the burden of their desires, each pulse of their hearts resonating like a battle drum in my own chest. How could they carry on in a world that demanded such sacrifices? The shield shimmered under the fading light, an emblem of what once was and what soon would be lost to the annals of time. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that danced across the battlefield, a macabre ballet of life and death. Achilles, consumed by rage and sorrow, rose once more, the shield held high. It became a symbol of his resolve, even as it mirrored the depths of his despair. "I will fight," he declared, a promise forged in the fires of his heartbreak, echoing through the valley of despair. For every tear shed, for every laugh stolen, for every moment we could have shared. And just like that, the cycle continued. The shield, now a beacon of both light and darkness, beckoned to warriors and lovers alike, ensnaring them in its eternal embrace. Life surged onward, tangled in its complex web of joy and suffering, and I realized this was not just their story. It was ours, woven into the very fabric of existence, pulsating with the rhythm of hearts that beat, broken yet defiant against the chaotic dance of fate. The battle for meaning, for love, for the fleeting beauty of life surged on, relentless and raw. The echoes of the past merged with the cries of the present, and the shield, with its haunting, intricate design, remained a haunting reminder of what it meant to be human. The air was thick with anticipation, a silence that clung to the battleground like a fog, wrapping around the soldiers like a shroud. Dust motes floated in the dim light, suspended in time, as if the very world held its breath. I stood there, paralyzed, watching Hector, my Hector, his strong back turned to me, tension rippling through the muscles beneath his armor. He was a warrior, a prince, yet in that moment, he was a man. A man facing the end. I remember the way the sun dipped low, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the earth. The clamor of battle was a distant echo, a haunting reminder of the chaos that surrounded us, threatening to swallow us whole. But here, in this moment, time stood still. My heart raced, each beat a drum signaling the march toward inevitable loss. "Why do you do this?" I whispered, my voice barely cutting through the thickening air. It wasn't the first time I'd questioned him, but each time felt like a blade driven deeper into my chest. Hector turned, his eyes fierce yet tender, a storm brewing behind the calm. "For honor," he said, the weight of that word swirling like the autumn leaves caught in a tempest. But honor? What did it mean in the face of mortality? I remember the stories of heroes told by the firelight, their laughter mingling with the crackle of wood. They never spoke of the moments just before the fall, the silent farewell before the final breath. I wanted to shake him, to pull him back from the precipice he stood upon, but he was Hector, the indomitable, the brave. A warrior bound by duty, tethered to fate. Across the field, the enemy was a mass of shadows, faceless and hungry. I could see the glint of steel, the flash of eyes filled with purpose, and I felt the chill of dread creeping up my spine. I remember everything, the sound of my own heart thrumming in my ears, the pungent scent of sweat and blood hanging heavy like a storm cloud ready to break. I wanted to scream, to wail against the heavens, but all I could do was watch. Hector stepped forward, a lion striding into its den, and I felt the ground tremble beneath me as if the earth itself mourned what was to come. "Stay back," he commanded, though I could see the flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. He was my protector, my heart, yet here he was, stepping into the jaws of death, and I was left to bear witness. "Please," I begged, my voice breaking, the words clawing their way out of me like desperate creatures. "Come back to me. We will find a way." But he shook his head, determination blazing in his eyes like a comet streaking across the dark sky. "I must," a roar erupted from the enemy lines, a sound that sent ripples of fear through the air. Hector turned, gripping his sword, the metal gleaming ominously in the dying light. I could feel the world narrowing, the edges of my vision fading to black as I clung to the one person who mattered most. My breath caught in my throat, a desperate prayer hanging in the air, unanswered. The clash of swords met my ears, a cacophony of metal and flesh, and I could see him fight. Every swing was poetry, every thrust a testament to his skill. But with each movement, I felt the distance between us widen, a chasm filled with fear, love, and the bitter taste of inevitability. I remember thinking how beautiful he looked, even amidst the chaos, but the beauty was a cruel mask, hiding the horror that lingered just beneath the surface. Then, like a cruel whisper from the cosmos, it happened. A spear, sharp and merciless, slicing through the air with a deadly grace. I saw it coming, time slowing as my heart plummeted into the abyss. "Hector!" I screamed, but my voice was swallowed by the din of battle, lost in the cacophony of mortality. He turned, his eyes wide with shock, and for a brief instant, I could see everything, his dreams, his hopes, the love we shared. It all flashed before me like a cruel joke, a film reel unraveling too quickly. The spear struck, piercing the flesh, and I felt the world shatter around me. The sound echoed, a sickening thud that ricocheted through my soul, a dark bell tolling for the lost. He fell to the ground, a warrior brought low, and in that moment, the sun dimmed, the shadows lengthened, and the earth trembled in grief. I rushed to him, desperate to bridge the chasm that now yawned between life and death. My fingers found his, the warmth fading from his grasp like the last flicker of a candle in the wind. "No, no, no," I whispered, a mantra, a plea to the universe. His breaths were shallow, each one a fragile thread binding us together. "I am here," I choked out, my heart a wild animal thrashing against the confines of my chest. "Stay with me, Hector. Please." But he smiled, that lopsided grin that had lit up my darkest days, and it broke me. "I fought for you," he murmured, his voice a ghost of its former strength, and I felt my heart splinter. "I remember," I said, the words clawing their way out between sobs. "I remember everything. The laughter, the quiet moments, the dreams that danced like fireflies in the summer nights. But now, amidst the blood and chaos, those memories felt like chains pulling me into the depths of despair." With one final breath, his eyes dimmed, and the light that had been Hector flickered and faded. The battlefield fell silent, the world around me dissolving into a haze of disbelief. I held him close, the warmth leaving his body, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, I knew this was the moment where the universe paused, where time stood still, and where my heart shattered like glass. And in that silence, as shadows deepened and night crept in, a promise hung in the air, a whisper of eternity. Though he was gone, the fight continued, the war raged on, and I was left to carry the weight of his memory, an echo of love, a haunting reminder of what was lost. The sun hung low in the sky, a molten globe bleeding into the horizon, its rays stretching out like fingers grasping for a fading memory. The air was thick, stifling, saturated with the pungent scent of sweat and sorrow. The world around me buzzed with an electric tension, the kind that makes your heart race and your stomach churn, as the warriors prepared for the games. But I stood at the edge, paralyzed, my heart a war drum echoing in the vast silence of the moment. Achilles! His face, usually fierce, was carved from stone, an unyielding mask of grief. The weight of Patroclus's absence pressed down on him, a shroud heavier than any armor. I could see it in his eyes, the fire that once danced there now extinguished, replaced by a tempest of rage and anguish. Every heartbeat pulsed with an intensity that threatened to consume him whole, and I wondered if glory was worth this agony. I wished to stretch out my hand, to pull him back from the brink, but how do you comfort a god of war when the only thing he wants is blood? "Today, we honor Patroclus," he announced, his voice a low growl, reverberating with the kind of authority that could silence entire armies. But it was a hollow proclamation, a fragile attempt to cloak his shattered soul in valor. I watched as he stepped onto the arena, a lion among sheep, and yet the roar inside him was swallowed by the howling winds of despair. I remember the day we lost him. It feels like a lifetime ago, yet as fresh as the blood still staining the field. Patroclus, with his laughter that would light the darkest nights, who could charm even the hardest of hearts. I can still hear echoes of our conversations, fragments hovering like dust motes caught in the slanting sunlight. "What is glory, Patroclus?" I had asked, watching the way his eyes sparkled with mischief. "Is it worth this pain?" His smile had unfurled, so genuine, so disarming. But now, there was only emptiness. I feel the loss like a bitter wind, the chill of absence creeping into my bones. The games were meant to be a celebration, but all I could see was the ghost of my friend, hovering at the edge of my consciousness, whispering secrets of a life half-lived. The crowd gathered, their faces a tapestry of rapture and grief, a swirling mass of humans caught up in their own narratives, oblivious to the cracks forming in the heart of their champion. For Patroclus, they chanted, a chorus that echoed through the air, puncturing my heart with every repetition. It was a beautiful, tragic irony, life going on while I felt buried beneath the weight of his memory. And then there was Hector, the noble prince, his eyes aflame with purpose, a warrior wrestling with his own ghosts. He was no stranger to death, his hands were stained with the blood of countless foes, yet the sight of Achilles stripped away his bravado. The two were fated to collide, glory and grief intertwined like the very fabric of life, threading through the chaos of battle. I could see the storm brewing within him, a desperate wish to prove himself against the titan of rage. "Hector!" I shouted, as if my voice could traverse the chasm between us, a plea soaked in desperation. But he was too far gone, consumed by visions of honor, the weight of his own legacy pressing down on his shoulders. I could feel the tension crackling in the air, a prelude to violence, a spark before the flame. The crowd surged like a tide, caught up in the fervor, oblivious to the tempest brewing within the hearts of the men about to clash. Patroclus would have laughed at the absurdity of it all, I'm sure. Look at them, all dressed up for a slaughter. He would have grinned, the corners of his eyes crinkling with mischief. The irony was not lost on me, fighting for a friend, only to ensure his story was buried beneath layers of glory and loss. The trumpet blared, a mournful sound that resonated through the hearts of the assembled. The air crackled with the promise of violence, a symphony that swelled and surged, bursting forth like a storm. Achilles lunged, a blur of muscle and fury, the arena erupted into a cacophony of shouts and gasps. Time distorted, stretching, unfolding, the moments became fragments, flashes of violence and emotion colliding in a chaotic dance. I stood frozen, the weight of the world pressing down on my chest. I remember the night spent dreaming beneath the stars, whispering promises of glory, of brotherhood. But in this moment, dreams twisted into nightmares. The clash of swords sang a dirge, and I could see the pendulum of life swinging perilously close to its end. Hector fought valiantly, every movement a testament to his strength and honor, but I could sense the cracks forming beneath the surface. He was but a man, and Achilles was a tempest unleashed. The two titans circled one another, each step echoing the heartbeat of the earth. I thought of Patroclus then, his laughter echoing softly, a haunting reminder of the cost of glory. "Do it for him!" I screamed, the words escaping my lips like a prayer, a desperate plea to the gods who seemed indifferent to our suffering. But the gods do not intervene in the affairs of men, and I felt the futility of my hope wash over me like a cold tide. With each clash of blades, the world around me faded, replaced by a singular focus on the dance of death unfolding before my eyes. I could taste the bitterness of loss mingling with the salt of tears. I could hear the whispers of the crowd, a blend of awe and horror. And in that moment, time blurred, sorrow and glory bleeding together, each moment a thread woven into the tapestry of fate. And then the moment arrived, a heartbeat suspended in time, a single breath before the storm. The world held its breath, and I felt my own soul straining against the weight of inevitability. The final blow would fall, and I would be left standing in the ruins of my heart, haunted by shadows and echoes. In this arena of grief, as warriors clashed and the air thickened with the weight of destiny, I realized that glory was but an illusion, a fleeting spark in an ocean of despair. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky bled crimson, a reflection of the battles waged and the tears shed, reminding me that in the end, we are all but ghosts, haunting the stories of those we love, bound by the threads of loss and longing. The air was thick with tension, a silence so profound it felt as if the world held its breath, waiting. I stood at the mouth of the cave, darkness yawning before me like a hungry beast. The shadows twisted and flickered, whispering secrets that skittered across my skin and sent chills racing through my veins. I could hear nothing but the pounding of my heart, a desperate drumbeat echoing the dread coiling in my gut. Behind me, the soft rustle of clothing stirred, a reminder that I was not alone. "Do we really have to do this?" Erin's voice trembled, the kind of fear that clings like fog, wrapping around you until you can hardly see. She was not the type to seek out darkness, her laughter usually filled the room like sunlight. But now, the brightness had faded, leaving shadows drawn tight across her features. The candlelight flickered, dancing in the damp air, illuminating her wide eyes, two pools of apprehension. "Do we have a choice?" Jack's voice was a low growl, rough around the edges, like a gravel road you'd rather avoid. He stood with arms crossed, the muscles in his jaw taut, his brow furrowed in a way that made him look older, wearier. He had always been the anchor, the one who forced us to face the storm. But even he was struggling to keep the terror at bay, the weight of a decision more profound than life or death resting heavily on our shoulders. I could feel the echoes of our past in the silence, memories swirling like autumn leaves caught in a whirlwind. I remember the day it started, the flickering screen of my phone illuminating the room like a beacon, the news flashing in bright, anxious letters, missing person, local teen. Erin's name had been the headline, her photograph a snapshot of youth and laughter. I remember how the world had tilted, how the laughter turned into hushed whispers, and the light in Erin's eyes dimmed as we spiraled into a reality we couldn't escape. We had to find her, or what was left of her. What if we don't come back? Erin's words hung in the air, heavy with a finality that gnawed at my insides. The cave felt like a portal to something far more sinister, the threshold between our world and whatever lay beneath, a chasm of despair where hopes and dreams went to die. Then we don't come back, Jack said, the chill of his voice slicing through the tension. It was raw honesty, a stark reminder of the stakes. We were not just facing the unknown, we were confronting our own limitations, our own cowardice. With a shared glance, we stepped forward, the ground crunching beneath our feet, a soft reminder that every step we took was a choice to step away from the light and into the suffocating embrace of darkness. The air grew colder, as if the cave itself was alive, breathing in sync with our trepidation. I could feel it rise around us, thick and oppressive, melding with the echoes of our past mistakes, the shadows of our unspoken fears. The flickering flame of our single candle danced wildly, casting monstrous shapes on the jagged walls. For a brief moment, I saw visions of what could have been Erin's laughter bubbling like spring water, Jack's infectious grin illuminating the shadows. But they morphed quickly, their smiles twisting into something grotesque, leaving behind hollow echoes of loss. Did you hear that? Erin's voice was barely a whisper, quaking against the quietude of the cave. I could hear it too, a low, mournful sound, reverberating through the rock. It was the kind of sound that clawed at your insides, a wail that felt ancient, filled with grief that spanned centuries. I could almost see the ghosts of those who had descended before us, their anguish entwined with ours, binding us together in a tapestry of desperation. Keep moving, Jack urged, his voice steadying despite the tremors that shook his body. We're close. But what did he mean by close? Close to what? Answers? Nothing could prepare us for what lay ahead. Every inch we crawled deeper felt like a betrayal of our very selves, a surrender to the shadows. As we pressed forward, the air thickened, each breath a struggle as the darkness pressed down on us, squeezing our hearts in a vice. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the oppressive gaze of something unseen lurking in the corners of my mind. What awaited us in the depths? I remembered the tales of those who had ventured into the unknown, seeking truth and instead finding madness, lost souls forever wandering, their voices lost to time, echoing through the caverns like a cruel joke. Just a little further, I said, my voice breaking under the weight of my own fear. The cave twisted and turned, revealing a vast chamber, its walls glistening with moisture, and my heart raced at the sight. Was this where we'd find her? The question spiraled like a tempest, each thought a shard of glass digging deeper into my skin. Suddenly, the candle flickered violently, casting shadows that morphed into nightmarish forms, faces warped with despair, hands reaching out for salvation. I couldn't breathe. The air was thick and suffocating, wrapping around me like a heavy cloak. I was drowning, gasping for something to hold on to. Wait! Erin shouted, her voice trembling with urgency. Do you see that? She pointed into the shadows, and I followed her gaze, my heart racing as realization crashed over me, a figure, blurred and indistinct, flickered in the darkness. Erin! I screamed, but my voice was swallowed by the cave, the sound echoing back at me, distorted. The figure moved closer, a specter of a girl with wild, frantic eyes. It was like staring into a mirror of our worst fears. A figure of someone we loved, yet so far removed from the reality we once knew. Help me! The plea echoed around us, an echo of desperation that clawed at our hearts. I felt the weight of the world crash down as the truth settled like a stone in my throat. The answers we sought lay entwined with our greatest fears, and the descent into the underworld had only just begun. The wind howled through the ruins of Troy, its voice a mournful wail that echoed the heartbreak of a city caught in the throes of war. In that chilling air, Helen stood, her silhouette framed against the smoldering sky, caught in a moment suspended between past and present. She remembered laughter, carefree, untainted laughter that danced in the sun. But that memory was a ghost now, buried beneath the ashes of betrayal and fluttering banners, the weight of choices heavy on her shoulders. I remember, she whispered, a mantra steeped in regret. I remember the day I chose love over loyalty, the day my heart turned treasonous. What had she thought, fleeing to a foreign land like a moth drawn to a flame, believing passion could shield her from the icy grip of consequence? Now, as she gazed out over the ruins, it felt like the walls of her heart were crumbling too, brick by brick, each one a reminder of the lives entwined in her fate, Menelaus, Paris, but most haunting of all, Andromache. Andromache, her once friend, now a spectre of grief and fury. A woman whose love had been simpler, purer, rooted in devotion to a husband who waded into the depths of combat, his life weighed against the starkness of honor. Andromache was not here now, but the thought of her cut deeper than any sword. Helen had glimpsed her once, in the palace courtyard, eyes blazing with the fires of war, the remnants of happiness scattered like the debris around them. Andromache had stood at the edge of despair, a warrior's wife, a mother terrified of losing everything to the madness that consumed them. In that moment, Helen felt the pull of their shared womanhood, a connection forged in the crucible of suffering. The echoes of their lives intertwined like vines, heavy with the scent of wilted blooms. I remember how she looked at me, the questions flickering in her gaze, sharp as daggers. Was it worth it? Was my fleeting desire worth the agony she endured? Time fractured as memories collided, and Helen found herself at the brink of confrontation. Andromache's sorrow had birthed a fury that could ignite 1,000 wars. It lay dormant now, yet Helen sensed it simmering just beneath the surface, an ominous storm gathering strength. Andromache's voice broke through the silence, a tremor that shook the very core of Helen's being. You took him from me. You took everything. Every word dripped with venom, a potent elixir of grief and betrayal. What did you gain? A fleeting moment of passion? A love that would stain the earth with blood. The world shrank to the space between them, an electric tension sparking in the air, two women, each a prisoner of love, each shaped by the choices made in the shadows of epic battles. Helen felt the heat of Andromache's fury sear her skin, a reminder that their stories, though different, were woven on a loom of shared sacrifice. I was trapped, Helen replied, voice trembling, each word a delicate thread spun from her heart. Trapped in a life where my worth was measured by my beauty and my silence. I thought love could liberate me, but it only shackled me further. Andromache's eyes darkened, the embers of revenge flickering dangerously. And what of your beauty now? What of the lives shattered in your wake? Does the glow of desire warm your heart, even as it incinerates the hopes of others? Each accusation landed like a blow, but Helen found strength in the cracks of her anguish. The world surged around them, and suddenly, it wasn't just a fight for survival, it was a fight for understanding, for acknowledgement. I am neither monster nor victim, Andromache. I am a woman who dared to feel, in a world that demanded I remain silent. Can't you see? We're both bound by chains, of expectation, of fate. The gods laugh at us, while we bleed in their name. Beneath the fury, a flicker of understanding sparked in Andromache's gaze. She had lost Hector, her lover ghost haunting every corner of this devastated city. What do you know of loss? She challenged, but the edge had dulled, the sharpness of her words blunted by shared pain. What do you know of waking to an empty bed, of hearing the silence in the aftermath of war? Helen stepped closer, the space between them charged with raw, unspoken truths. I have known the price of desire, the emptiness that follows. The weight of a crown that feels more like a noose. I have watched the sun rise and fall, knowing those I loved lay broken beneath the weight of my choices. A moment stretched, molten with possibility, two women standing on the precipice of understanding, the ghosts of their past swirling like autumn leaves around them. The twilight began to settle, wrapping the city in a shroud of melancholy, the ruins illuminated by the dying light. In that flickering twilight, they were two sides of the same coin, battling the gods and each other, longing for freedom from roles dictated by a world that saw them as pawns. The echoes of battle roared in the distance, but here, in this fragile moment, they stood suspended, two hearts, each bearing the scars of love and loss, daring to confront the tangled web of fate and desire, reaching for something more than bloodshed. Their stories would not end here, nor would their pain. The cycle of war and love spun on, an unending loop, and as the shadows deepened, they both felt the tremors of what lay ahead. The ghosts of their choices loomed large, whispering promises and threats in the dark. "Let the war rage on," Helen breathed, her voice barely a whisper, yet it echoed in the stillness. "We are more than our husbands' legacies. We are women forged in fire, seeking our own truths, our own destinies." And for a moment, they stood united, bound not by loyalty to men, but by the fierce, unyielding spirit of survival. The city around them trembled, but together they dared to dream of liberation, of a world where love could be more than a battlefield, a world where their voices could rise above the din of swords clashing, where they would no longer be mere echoes of the past, but powerful forces of their own making, ready to step into the unknown, armed with the knowledge of their worth. As the darkness gathered, their hearts raced, brimming with the unyielding ache of what it meant to be women in a world that sought to define them. They were not just Helen and Andromache, they were every woman who had ever dared to love, to grieve, and to rise anew amidst the ruins. The battle was far from over, and what lay ahead was a tempest of emotions, a confrontation with destiny that would shake the very foundations of the world they knew. And so, they stood, two warriors forged in the flames of despair, ready to embrace whatever storm awaited them, knowing that in their hearts, the fight for identity and understanding had only just begun. The air was thick with tension, and the heartbeat of the city echoed like a war drum. A single arrow sliced through the silence, its whistling descent a prelude to chaos, embedding itself deep in the wall's ancient stones. I felt the shudder of fear ripple through the crowd, an electric current binding us in collective dread. Everyone knew the wall was both a promise and a prison, a fortress built on the dreams of men and women who believed they could defy fate. In that moment, I clutched the cool stone, my fingers tracing the cracks that told tales of bravery and despair. A shudder ran through me, a memory of laughter lost to the winds, a face long gone, echoing in the shadows cast by the flames of war. As I stood there, I thought of Hector, his eyes like darkened stars, always searching, always fighting for a future that seemed to slip away with each passing day. I remembered the way he caught the light, how he could turn the mundane into something sacred. Across the battlefield, the sound of swords clashing rang out like a haunting melody. I saw Andromache, standing tall yet trembling, her heart a battlefield of its own. Her love for Hector was a fragile flame, flickering under the weight of impending loss. The way her fingers twisted nervously around the hem of her dress spoke volumes. She was a paradox, carrying both the weight of hope and the shadow of despair. Her resolve was fierce, and yet, at that moment, she was merely a woman, fragile in the face of destiny. "Will he return?" she whispered to the wind, her eyes scanning the horizon, searching for a glimmer of his armor. "Will I see him again?" The question hung in the air, heavy as lead, unanswered and burning. I felt the weight of her fear press against my chest, a relentless pressure that threatened to crush the breath from my lungs. The walls of Troy, known for their majesty, had become a tomb, a sanctuary that felt more like a cage. I thought of the architects who had poured their souls into these stones, who believed in the invulnerability of their creation. They did not foresee the cracks that would form not just in the walls but in the hearts of those who dwelled behind them. With each arrow that flew, with every clash of steel, I felt the city's pulse quicken. The walls were both witness and participant, absorbing the anguish of every scream, the cries of mothers, the shouts of warriors. Outside, the Greek forces were relentless, an unyielding tide crashing against our fragile defense. I imagined them, hurling curses, their faces twisted in rage, hungry for victory, drunk on the taste of blood and revenge. I remembered the stories, the tales told by flickering torchlight. The moment when the gods decided our fates, when a single thread pulled tight could unravel a life. Was it fate or folly that held us here? As the sun set, casting an eerie glow over the battlefield. I felt the weight of time pressing against my skin, each tick of the clock echoing the heartbeat of the city. Andromache caught my gaze, a flicker of recognition passing between us. I could see it in her eyes, the unspoken words, the shared burden of love and loss. In this tangled web of war, we were all caught, dancing on the edge of despair, yet still craving the sweetness of hope. In the distance, the horns of war blared, a sound that resonated through the very fabric of Troy. Hector, our beacon of strength, would soon emerge from the shadows, tearing through the night like a comet streaking across the sky. But there was a darkness swirling within me, a whisper that curled like smoke in my mind. What if this time, he didn't return? I shook my head, trying to dispel the thought, but it clung to me like a ghost. I remembered the day he first donned his armor, the way it gleamed under the sun, how proud he looked, yet so painfully unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. Each clang of metal against metal, each shout that erupted from the battlefield, echoed in my ears like the tolling of a death knell. Stay behind the walls, I had urged him, my voice cracking under the weight of my heart. You are our hope. Don't throw it away. But he had smiled, a brave, foolish smile that shattered my resolve. I fight for you, for our future, he had said, his voice strong yet tender. For Troy. And now, as the shadows deepened, I stood with Andromache, watching the inferno of war consume our world. The city felt alive, breathing, yet suffocating, a place where dreams went to die. Each moment stretched into eternity, and every heartbeat echoed the fragility of life. I could feel the walls trembling, as if they were aware of the despair festering within. Then, the ground shook, a thunderous roar that reverberated through the very bones of the city. The walls, once a testament to our strength, now felt like a cruel joke, laughing at our naivete. I turned to Andromache, her eyes wide, and in that moment, we both understood the terror that loomed. The Greeks were not just at our gates, they were inside our hearts, their whispers poisoning our hope. The sky darkened, a shroud of impending doom wrapping around us, as if the cosmos conspired to seal our fate. I felt the weight of every sigh, the sorrow of every lost hope pressing down upon us. And then, as the final breath of day slipped away, we knew the confrontation was near, and the hearts of those who loved would be tested against the cruelty of war. And as I stood there, suspended in a moment that felt both infinite and fleeting, I realized that despair does not merely creep in, it crashes like a wave, overwhelming, relentless. I remembered the stories, the warnings, the haunting echoes of what was to come. Time was a cruel mistress, and I stood on the precipice of everything we fought for, the walls of Troy trembling in anticipation of what lay ahead, our defense and our despair. I stood at the edge of the battlefield, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood and sweat, an intoxicating perfume of chaos and despair. Shadows twisted around him, clutching at his limbs like desperate hands. The cries of the dying echoed in his ears, their pleas rising into a cacophony that seized his heart, a mix of terror and exhilaration coursing through his veins. In that moment, he felt the pulse of war, a relentless drumbeat that matched his own frenzied heartbeat, a rhythm that beckoned him to unleash hell. But there, amidst the swirling dust and splintered armor, another presence lingered. Athena, poised and resolute, stepped into his line of sight. Clad in shimmering bronze, she was a beacon of calm in a tempest, the embodiment of wisdom amidst the chaos of battle. Her gaze held the weight of ages, piercing through the veil of violence, dissecting the carnage with a clarity that left ours floundering. She fought not just for victory but for souls lost in the tumult of war. He didn't understand her, couldn't grasp the way she saw the world in shades of grey where he saw only black and white. Ours, she called, voice steady, cutting through the clamor like a sword. This is not how we should engage. But he knew better, he relished the chaos. You think they care about your wisdom? Ours spat, his words laced with disdain, bitterness curling around each syllable. They want blood. They crave the thrill of combat. He stepped forward, muscles taut, itching for the thrill of battle to envelop him once more. Her expression hardened, and for a fleeting moment, Ars thought he saw a flicker of fear cross her features. Not for herself, but for him. This is madness, she murmured, and the quiet urgency in her tone sent a shiver down his spine. You'll drown in it. He laughed, but it was devoid of joy, only a harsh edge that cut through the tension. Drown? No, Athena. I revel in the depths. Around them, the world was an inferno, warriors clashing like titans, the ground soaked in the memory of sorrow. Each spear thrust, each sword swing, was a heartbeat lost, a dream extinguished. Ars drank it all in, the chaos fueling him, while Athena stood like an unyielding statue, unwavering but rattled. The fine line between their realms blurred, she was the guardian of wisdom, he the lord of war. Yet here they were, two sides of the same coin, spiraling toward an inevitable clash. I remember battles where victory meant something, she said, her voice quivering on the edge of despair, as if the weight of her own memories threatened to crush her. When courage and valor meant more than bloodshed. I remember, he echoed, the taste of victory on my tongue, the thrill of warriors falling at my feet. His heart raced, each memory a pulse of power, the kind that made him feel alive in ways the gods themselves could scarcely understand. Athena stepped closer, shadows dancing around her frame. But at what cost? Ours? When does the glory become a curse? For a brief moment, the air stilled. Time slowed, stretching into a fragile thread that connected them beyond the battlefield. He could see the flicker of hope in her eyes, a desperate plea for him to see the light, to choose a different path. But could he? Was he not made of war and chaos? The thought gnawed at him, a relentless whisper that echoed in the depths of his mind. Look at them, he shouted, gesturing toward the carnage, where men fought like beasts, their humanity stripped bare. This is who they are. They thrive in this madness. I cannot take that away from them. Or you could give them something greater, she replied, her voice breaking through the storm. A chance to rise above it all, to be more than just pawns in a game of blood. Ars felt the weight of her words pressing against him, and for a flickering heartbeat, doubt seeped into his soul. Was it possible? Could there be a road to honor amidst the debris of war? But every fiber of his being screamed against it, the intoxicating promise of chaos wrapping around him like a lover's embrace. He was the god of war, this was his calling, his dominion. Your way doesn't belong to me, he said, forcing conviction into his voice, though the tremor betrayed the turmoil within. You'll never understand the thrill of the hunt. And you'll never understand the pain you inflict, she shot back, her eyes ablaze with unyielding resolve. In that moment, she stood tall, a warrior in her own right, even as the world crumbled around them. I fight not for glory, but for souls, ours. For the ones who have no voice in this madness. The quiet that enveloped them felt heavy, a shroud of tension that crackled in the air. He could sense the impending clash, a confrontation not just of gods, but of ideals. Each heartbeat echoed with the collective breaths of the fallen, a symphony of sorrow that accompanied the battlefield. Then we are destined to clash, he whispered, a raw edge to his voice. Eternally at odds, forever unable to reconcile our truths. But as he spoke, a flicker of regret slashed through him, sharp and cutting. He was drawn to her like a moth to the flame, her light a whisper against the darkness that enveloped his heart. The ghost of choice lingered in the air between them, a haunting reminder that it didn't have to end in bloodshed. Yet, deep down, he feared it would. The ground shook beneath them, a foreshadowing tremor as the tide of battle surged forward, warriors charging, lost in their fray. And there they stood, two gods on either side of an unbridgeable chasm of ideology, poised on the brink of an eternal struggle, a struggle that would reshape the landscape of their world, their fates entwined in a dance of destruction and hope. As Athena drew her sword, a flash of silver in the dim light, Ars felt the weight of inevitability crash over him. The storm was coming, the clash was imminent. The ground beneath would quake, and the skies would shatter. And once again, they would become the pawns in a game far greater than themselves, the echoes of their conflict reverberating through time. A heartbeat. The silence screamed. Then the world exploded into chaos once more, and all that remained was the pulse of war thrumming through their veins. The air crackled with tension, a thick haze of uncertainty that choked the breath from the lungs of every soldier standing in the shadow of Troy. I could smell the earth, damp and heavy, mixing with the metallic tang of blood that had seeped into the ground, once a vibrant field where dreams danced. Now, it was a graveyard of hope. War drums thudded in my chest, syncing with the erratic rhythm of my heartbeat. Achilles is dead, the whisper crawled through the ranks. A ghost haunting the living. The bravest among us, the invincible warrior, reduced to a tale of glory wrapped in tragedy. I remember staring at the dark skies, searching for answers in the swirling clouds, desperately clinging to the remnants of his legacy. I remember how it felt when the news hit. The ground seemed to shift beneath me, a cruel mockery, leaving me unmoored in a sea of grief. But grief is a strange bedfellow, isn't it? Especially when you've already danced with madness. Patroclus, my friend, my heart, had draped himself in Achilles' armor, seeking to fill the void left by his absence. It was supposed to be a noble act, a battle cry against fate, but it ended in blood, his blood, staining the very armor that symbolized hope. His death flickered through my mind, an endless cycle of regret, each thought a dagger twisting deeper. Do you want revenge? Hector's name hung in the air like a thundercloud, waiting to unleash its fury. I could feel the heat of anger rising in my chest, a wildfire threatening to consume the remnants of my reason. The thought of Hector's face, the face of the man who had silenced my son, made my hands tremble. I was no longer just a soldier, I was a vessel of wrath, overflowing and uncontainable. And then there was Helen, the woman whose beauty ignited this eternal war. Her silhouette loomed in the distance, haunting me like a specter. What's a war for love when love is a weapon? I muttered, bitterness seeping into my words. She was both the cause and the consequence, a double-edged sword that cut through the lives of men like a cruel joke. Did you ever think, I whispered to her, that you'd be the downfall of heroes? I remember standing before the gates of Troy, the walls towering like the walls of my own grief. The night was draped in shadows, creeping like ghosts through the city. Each heartbeat echoed louder than the last, a countdown to destruction. I was ready, yet terrified, like someone staring into the abyss of a darkened well, knowing that the darkness stared back. In the stillness, I felt a pull, a tugging at my core. Was it Achilles? Was he calling me back from the brink to rise once more, to reclaim my place as the indomitable hero? The thought sent shivers racing down my spine. What if he returns? What if he's reborn? Would he be the same? Would he be the Achilles I once knew, or a more vengeful spirit, seeking retribution against those who had wronged him? The wind howled, an eerie reminder of the omnipresent sorrow that enveloped us. I reached for the hilt of my sword, letting my fingers dance over the cold metal, feeling the power surge within me. My breath quickened as the memory of battle surged like a tidal wave. I could hear the clash of steel, smell the pungent sweat of fear rising from the ranks. Your time will come, Achilles, I whispered to the night, as if addressing a phantom. It clings to you like a shroud. And in that moment, amidst the turmoil, I felt a surge of hope piercing through the despair. Perhaps Achilles wasn't just a memory, perhaps he was still here, waiting for me to summon him from the shadows. A hero reborn, ready to charge into the fray, driven by rage and the desire for redemption. But at what cost? My heart fluttered with uncertainty, caught in a web of conflicting emotions. I remember the faces of those who had fallen, my brothers, my comrades, their laughter now silenced, their dreams extinguished. I could not be the man who just sought vengeance, I had to be more. I had to be the beacon of hope they needed. The drumbeats of war began to resonate more profoundly, a symphony of chaos that called to me like a siren song, coaxing me toward the brink of the abyss. I felt the weight of their sacrifices, each life lost a thread in the tapestry of this relentless struggle. I was not just fighting for myself, I was fighting for them, for every soul that had bled on the battlefield. But as dawn broke, casting a pale light over the ruins, I could feel the lingering presence of Achilles, whispering to me in the softest of echoes. We are the same, you and I, it seemed to say. We are forged in fire and blood. Together, we are unstoppable. I took a deep breath, allowing the air to fill my lungs, and stepped forward, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The battle was no longer just a clash of swords, it was a reclamation of spirit, a dance between life and death, love and loss. Today, I murmured, a vow rising from my core, I will bring him back. I will awaken the hero within. The ground trembled beneath my feet, the air thick with expectation. As the sun broke through the clouds, I felt an electric pulse surge through me, a promise, a declaration. The return of Achilles was imminent, and this time, it would not be a tale of despair but a resurrection, a rebirth wrought from the very ashes of sorrow. I could feel his presence, the weight of his spirit wrapping around me, igniting the embers within. Together, we would reclaim our stories and, in doing so, break the cycle of grief that had held us captive so long. As the call to arms echoed in my ears, I moved with determination. The battle awaited, and I was no longer just a soldier, I was a hero reborn. The air hung thick, laden with a dread so tangible you could taste the bitterness of fear on your tongue. The sun vanished behind a veil of smoke and ash, casting shadows that danced like specters across the battered walls of Troy. I remember the sound, the clang of metal, the guttural cries of men, the desperate heartbeat of a city on the edge of oblivion. I remember standing on the precipice of despair as the echoes of war surged around me, drowning out reason with chaos. I was there, a ghost in my own skin, watching as Hector, Prince of Troy, gripped his sword like a lifeline. His eyes, usually bright with the fire of determination, were now clouded by doubt. The weight of his people rested heavily on his shoulders, each life a thread in the tapestry of his legacy. I could see it, the flicker of uncertainty, the pulse of fear beneath the bravado. What if I fail? He seemed to ask the stars above, their light dulled by the smog of impending doom. And then there was Andromache, the fierce warrior's wife, whose heart beat in frantic rhythm with the city's cries. The moment her eyes met mine, I felt the tremor of her love layered with a desperate yearning for the safety of her husband. She gripped a worn charm, fingers trembling, as if it could conjure a miracle from the ashes. I remember her voice, a haunting melody amidst the clamor. "Bring him back to me," she whispered into the void, as if the gods themselves could hear her plea. The Trojans prepared for yet another skirmish, a dance of death, an act of desperation. An unholy amalgamation of valor and despair was palpable in the air, each warrior a thread in a fraying rope. The Greeks, relentless as the tide, pressed against the gates, their war cries a cacophony that threatened to engulf the very essence of Troy. I could almost see the heat radiating from their bodies, their faces twisted in feral determination, blinded by the thirst for glory. Each strategy, a gamble. Each skirmish, a chance at life or death. I remember the whispers of the elders, their cautious voices curling around the fire like smoke, their eyes heavy with the wisdom of ages. "We must outsmart them," one insisted, spitting out the words like bitter seeds. Another, weary and worn, replied, "But what if cunning isn't enough?" The air crackled with their uncertainty, a palpable force that choked the breath from my lungs. Hector led the charge, a fierce storm of muscle and resolve, cutting through the enemy ranks with a precision that was almost poetic. I could see the glint of his armor in the smoke, a beacon of hope amid the chaos. He was a lion among lambs, but even lions bleed, and I felt each drop of blood echo in my veins. I remember the weight of each swing, the agony etched into his features as he fought not just for the honor of his name but for the very survival of his people. Andromache stood at the city walls, a statue of longing and dread. With every clash of swords, her heart shattered a little more. What if he does not return? The thought knotted in her stomach like a serpent. I watched as she clutched the charm tighter, her knuckles white against its warmth, as if willing the fabric of time to bend, to rewrite the relentless march of fate. The Greeks advanced, their strategy a grotesque ballet of brutal efficiency. Each skirmish morphed into a nightmare, a symphony of anguish conducted under a sky that offered no solace. I felt the cries of the wounded and the dying seep into my bones, a chilling reminder that life was gathered in fragile moments, easily snuffed out like a dying ember. I remember the faces of the fallen, their eyes wide with the terror of realization. The warriors fought not just against their enemies, but against the whispers of doubt that clawed at their resolve. Every time Hector felled an opponent, it felt like a victory, but with each life extinguished, a part of him dimmed, the weight of those souls pressing down like a shroud. And then, amidst the smoke and carnage, I saw it, the glimmer of hope. A cunning plan whispered in hushed tones by the cunning Odysseus, who stood on the fringes of the chaos, his eyes alight with a dangerous spark. "The horse," he murmured, a serpent coiling in the grass, hidden but ready to strike. The moment hung suspended, feeling as if the universe paused to catch its breath. But hope is a double-edged sword. I could almost hear the clock ticking, counting down to the moment when dreams could become nightmares. Each heartbeat became a countdown, a reminder that the balance between triumph and tragedy was dangerously thin. Hector advanced on the Greeks, his resolve as unyielding as stone, but shadows loomed, whispering treachery as he plunged deeper into the fray. I felt Andromache's pain as she watched from the walls, every clash of steel echoing like a death knell in her heart. "Come back to me, my love," she cried into the storm, her voice swallowed by the chaos. But the winds howled louder, carrying away her words, leaving only silence. Each moment stretched like a taut bowstring, ready to snap with the weight of destiny. I remember the scent of sweat and blood mixing with the smoke, a grisly perfume that spoke of the fragility of life. The city trembled under the weight of its own history, each heartbeat resonating with the stories of those who fought, loved, and bled within its walls. As the siege wore on, strategies crumbled like sandcastles before the tide, and skirmishes spiraled into madness. I knew this was more than a battle for a city. It was a battle for soul, for the very essence of existence wrapped in the fragile threads of love and loss. The cosmos spun on, indifferent, while the lives of Hector and Andromache hung in the balance, bound together by the thread of destiny yet to be woven. And as the night deepened, I felt the weight of the world bear down upon them, the ghosts of those who had fallen rising like shadows to haunt the living. The city of Troy stood on the brink, a flickering flame in the dark, a heartbeat away from consuming everything it held dear. I remember the dread, the hope, the love, all tangled in a web where each moment was a heartbeat, and the next could be the last. The moon hung like a silver dagger in the ink-black sky, casting eerie shadows across the barren landscape. I could hear their whispers, a horde of men hidden in the darkness, hearts pounding like war drums, eyes wide with fear and anticipation. They were marionettes, strings pulled by the one who played the game better than anyone else, Odysseus. His presence was electric, a force that could shatter the silence of the night, and here I was, caught in the web of his cunning. I remember the way he stood, a silhouette against the moonlight, his face a mask of both torment and triumph. Every crease in his brow told a story, a tale of loss and desperation, of battles fought in the shadows of his mind. Odysseus, the man of 1,000 lies, yet in that moment, every truth felt like a dagger in his heart. His eyes narrowed, reflecting the glimmer of the stars, revealing the ghosts of his past, the lives lost, the promises broken. There was a haunting beauty in his pain, an intensity that gripped me, squeezing the breath from my lungs. Beside him, Penelope waited, the embodiment of patience, of a love that had been stretched thin like the frayed strings of her weaving loom. She was a ghost herself, trapped in a kingdom of memories, her heart tethered to a man who was both her savior and her prison. Each day she spun the threads of hope, her fingers dancing across the fabric, crafting tales for the suitors who wandered into her hall like hungry wolves, waiting for a moment of weakness. But she was no lamb, and the fire within her raged, fueled by the anguish of a love that felt both eternal and fleeting, like the flickering flame of a dying candle. The tension crackled like a summer storm, unpredictable and electric. I could feel it in the air, heavy and oppressive, each breath tasting of salt and sorrow. Odysseus took a step forward, the weight of the world on his shoulders, and I could see the battle raging in his mind, a tempest of doubt and determination. He was cunning, yes, but there was a vulnerability hidden beneath the layers of his bravado, a fear that gnawed at his insides. What if he failed? What if his craft, the very essence of his being, betrayed him? Suddenly, the air shifted, and I heard the distant sound of laughter, a cacophony of voices, the suitors, oblivious to the storm brewing just beyond their reach. They feasted like kings, drowning in wine, their arrogance as intoxicating as the drink they consumed. They did not see the shadows creeping closer, did not feel the eyes of the hunter upon them. And how could they? They were intoxicated by their own importance, draped in the illusion that they were the rightful heirs to a throne that belonged to neither of them. I remember the taste of fear on my tongue as Odysseus turned to me, his gaze piercing through the haze of uncertainty. "Do you trust me?" he asked, his voice low, a growl that echoed in the stillness. In that moment, I felt the weight of 1,000 decisions pressing down on my chest. I wanted to scream, to tell him I was terrified, that trust was a fragile thing, easily shattered. But I nodded, the gesture simple yet profound, intertwining our fates like the threads Penelope wove. He smiled, a flash of something, hope or madness, I couldn't tell. Then we will show them what cunning truly is. The words rolled off his tongue, each syllable heavy with promise. The thrill of the hunt coursed through my veins, an intoxicating rush that drowned out the doubt swirling in my mind. Odysseus was a master of deception, a puppeteer in a theater of chaos, and I was ready to play my part in this deadly performance. As we crept closer to the hall, I felt the shadows wrapping around us, like fingers of fate pulling us into a dance of destruction. Odysseus's plan unfurled in my mind, vivid and terrifying, a tapestry woven with threads of deception and hope. We would strike when they least expected it, turn their laughter into screams, their arrogance into despair. I could picture it now, the chaos erupting like a storm, the suitors caught in the web of their own making, unaware of the snare tightening around their throats. With each step, I could hear the rhythmic pulse of my heart, a wild drumbeat urging me forward. Penelope's image flickered in my mind, a beacon of strength, her faith in him like a lighthouse guiding him through the tempest. I felt her desire echoing within me, a longing for freedom, for her husband to reclaim what was rightfully his. And in that moment, I understood, this was not just a battle for loyalty or love, it was a clash of wills, a battle against the very essence of fate. Odysseus drew his sword, the metal glinting in the night, a promise of violence and justice. The tension coiled tighter, and I could almost hear the clock ticking down to the inevitable confrontation. Time felt distorted, stretching, and warping around us, as if the cosmos itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. I found myself lost in the intensity of his gaze, the fire that burned within him, a mix of desperation and determination. I remember the moment everything shifted, the world tilting on its axis as the door burst open, laughter spilling out like a flood. The suitors, unaware of the predator lurking just beyond, continued their revelry, their mocking voices sharp against the stillness. Odysseus stepped into the light, a spectre of vengeance, and in that instant, everything changed. The air crackled with tension, the darkness looming behind us thick with anticipation, as if the universe itself was waiting for the first strike. "Let the games begin," he murmured, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. And I felt it then, the pulse of fate quickening, the world poised on the edge of chaos, and my heart danced with fear and exhilaration. Because in the arena of cunning and craft, the stakes were life and death, and Odysseus was ready to play for keeps. The air crackled with anticipation. Night had fallen, an inky blanket shrouding the city of Troy, its walls still standing strong, yet trembling under the weight of grief and vengeance. In the depths of the darkness, a figure moved, a silhouette against the moonlight, his armor glinting like the shards of shattered dreams. Achilles, the greatest of warriors, haunted by the spectre of his own rage, stalked the silent streets, the ghostly cries of the fallen echoing in his mind. I remember the cold that seeps into your bones, a chill so profound it feels like betrayal. Achilles was alive with fury, yet within that fury lay a deep, gnawing emptiness. Each step he took was heavy with the burden of loss, his dear friend Patroclus, slain on this cursed battlefield. His heart pounded, not with the thrill of battle, but with a sorrow that rendered him a shell of the man he once was. And then came Priam, the heartbroken king of Troy, his spirit as battered as the walls he fought to defend. Cloaked in shadows, he moved with the desperation of a father seeking a lifeline, eyes glistening like dew-laden grass at dawn, yet glazed with the horror of 1,000 unshed tears. Each breath he drew felt laden with the weight of his son Hector's death, a gaping wound in the fabric of his soul that would never heal. I remember the way the moon hung heavy in the sky, a voyeur to their pain, watching as two men, each a titan in his own right, were reduced to mere mortals in that moment. Two men, bound by war yet yearning for understanding, cursed by fate and desire. Priam, trembling like a leaf in a storm, approached the tent where Achilles sat, the air thick with unspoken words and mourning. "Achilles!" Priam's voice broke, the syllables tearing through the night like the keening of a banshee. "I come to you, not as a king, but as a father. Please, return my son to me. I cannot bear the thought of him lying unburied, a feast for crows." The word son hung in the air, heavy as lead. Achilles flinched, a visceral reaction, his heart constricting at the memory of Patroclus, lying cold and lifeless, his face pale, a haunting visage that replayed in his dreams. I remember, he whispered, the words escaping his lips like a well-worn mantra, a plea woven with longing and loss. As Priam knelt before him, the moonlight casting ghostly shadows over his weathered face, it was as if the world fell away, leaving only the two of them, monuments of grief in a cruel war. Priam's hands trembled, reaching out, desperate for connection, for a shred of humanity amid the brutality. Please, Priam implored, his voice cracking. Let the rivers wash away our blood. Let the earth reject our hatred. Let the gods witness this moment of peace. But Achilles, stifled by rage, felt the fury rise again, a tempest swirling just beneath his skin. Peace, he spat, the word bitter on his tongue. What is peace in a land soaked with blood? What remains when the echoes of battle drown out our cries? Priam's eyes glimmered, a flicker of hope in the abyss of despair. What remains is love, is memory. Your heart is twisted by anger, Achilles, but remember the bonds we share, the families we've lost. Let your grief soften you, if only for a moment. In that fragile stillness, time stretched, coiling around them like a serpent ready to strike. The intensity of their emotions pulsed in the air, a magnetic force compelling them to face the truths they both desperately avoided. Achilles, the warrior, the avenger, suddenly found himself questioning everything, his purpose, his rage, his own humanity. I remember, he said, softer now, the words trembling on the edge of his resolve, the laughter of my friend, the warmth of his presence. I remember the man I was before this cursed war consumed me. And Priam, with the weight of loss hanging heavily upon him, reached deeper into his own anguish. We are not enemies, Achilles. We are only men, broken by this war, yearning for the ones we have lost. Would you deny me the chance to grieve? The sharpness of his plea sliced through the air, and Achilles found himself standing at the precipice of a decision, a choice between vengeance and compassion. Would he remain the avenger, forever steeped in blood, or could he embrace the glimmer of something more profound? Outside, the city lay in silence, the crickets chirping an eerie lullaby, the stars bearing witness to this fragile moment between two warriors. The night was alive with ghosts, the laughter of the fallen, the cries of the lost, each sound a reminder of lives intertwined, paths that crossed in chaos. Achilles felt the boundaries of his heart crack, the stone he had built around it beginning to crumble. I will return Hector to you, he whispered, the words tasting like ash in his mouth, but also like a balm on a festering wound. For you are a father, just as I was a friend. And in that moment, the walls built by war began to tremble, shifting like sandcastles before the tide. Two men stood on the cusp of humanity, where the lines of battle blurred into the ache of shared pain. They were not enemies, they were mirrors reflecting each other's grief, each other's longing, each other's shattered hopes. As Priam accepted this gift, their eyes locked, and in that gaze, something profound shifted. Hope flickered in the darkness, a fragile ember fighting against the cold. The world around them faded into a fog, their hearts beating in sync, echoing the pulse of life amidst the chaos. And so, they stood, two warriors, each carrying the weight of their worlds, both yearning for an end to the cycle of violence. In that heartbeat, they became more than the titles bestowed upon them, they became vessels of humanity, a truth so rare in the depths of war. The night loomed large, yet within that darkness, they waved goodbye to their furies, if only for a moment. Time held its breath, as if the universe conspired to weave their stories into something sacred, something eternal. But the battle raged on outside, a reminder that peace was fleeting, and as the worlds of Achilles and Priam collided, the echoes of conflict whispered ominously, waiting for another reckoning. The moment lingered, suspended in pain and understanding, a fragile thread connecting the depths of despair with the flicker of hope. In that abyss, humanity fought to breathe, and the world held its breath, waiting for dawn. The air was thick with silence, a silence so profound it felt like the world had folded in on itself. Shadows danced on the walls of the crumbling castle, flickering like memories, teasing the moment before the storm. I stood there, heart pounding, fists clenched, the weight of Hector's absence pressing down on my chest like a stone, heavy and unyielding. It was in that moment, in the hushed aftermath of chaos, that I realized his laughter would never fill these stone halls again. It was a brutal truth that gnawed at my gut, rendering me breathless. I remember the echo of his voice, a melody wrapped in mischief, and how it could lighten even the darkest of days. But now, the walls held only ghosts. I wanted to scream, to shatter this oppressive quiet, but rage tangled in my throat. I could feel it rising, hot and furious, clawing its way up as if demanding to be unleashed. My fingers trembled, not just from grief, but from the bitter taste of vengeance that lingered on my tongue. Across the room, Lyra stood, arms wrapped around herself as if she could hold in her sorrow. Her eyes were pools of despair, dark and unfathomable. I wanted to reach out, to pull her into a comforting embrace, but the space between us crackled with unspoken words, with anger that churned like a tempest. Hector had been her brother, and the loss etched on her face was a portrait of anguish I knew all too well. I should have been there, she whispered, the words barely escaping her lips, but they hit me like a slap. I should have protected him. Her voice trembled, a fragile thing on the brink of shattering. I wanted to tell her it wasn't her fault, that the chaos had been swift and brutal, but the truth stung sharper than any blade, it was us who had failed him. I remember the night of the battle, the screams mingling with the clash of steel, the acrid smell of blood and smoke. I had fought valiantly, but it hadn't been enough. Hector had charged into the fray, a lion among sheep, but the world had conspired against him. I could still see his silhouette, vibrant and alive, only to be extinguished like a candle snuffed out by a cruel wind. Rage twisted inside me, a living thing, and I wanted to unleash it on those who had taken him from us. Lyra's sobs broke through the haze, tearing at my heart. They didn't have to kill him, she cried, her voice raw and jagged. He didn't deserve this. Each word was a dagger, and I felt the truth stab deep into my soul. The injustice burned, a fire that could not be quenched. The gods had turned their backs on us, leaving only darkness in their wake. Time felt elastic, stretching as I stared at her, a moment suspended in disbelief. I wanted to tell her about dreams, about the memories that flickered like fireflies, illuminating the dark corners where grief lurked. Instead, I stood frozen, caught in the web of our shared despair. Hector had been a beacon, a light guiding us through the shadows, and now the darkness threatened to consume everything. I remember the promises we had made, the dreams we had woven like a tapestry of hope. But those threads lay frayed and torn at our feet, remnants of a life that could never be reclaimed. The weight of our failure hung heavy, and I felt each heartbeat, each breath, as a reminder of the void he had left behind. Lyra, I finally managed, my voice a gravelly whisper. We can't let this go unanswered. My words hung in the air, crackling with intensity, and I could see the flicker of a spark ignite in her eyes. The fire of vengeance was a seductive mistress, enticing us both to lose ourselves in its embrace. But at what cost? She nodded, determination hardening her features. We will make them pay, she vowed, and her voice was a battle cry, a rallying against the darkness. In that moment, I felt my own rage ignite, a furious flame that could not be denied. The echoes of our shared grief morphed into a weapon, a tool for justice. Together, we turned toward the shadows, toward the unknown waiting just beyond the walls. The clock ticked relentlessly, each second a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers like sand. We were haunted, ghosts of the past mingling with our present, and the weight of our loss drove us forward into the abyss. I remember, I murmured, feeling the words spill over like a secret, the way he could light up a room, how laughter rippled through us like a wave. Each recollection was a sword, a blade to cut through our anguish. And now it's just us against the world. The city outside was alive with the whispers of the dead, shadows lurking in every corner. It felt like a labyrinth, twisting and turning in on itself, beckoning us to lose ourselves in the dark. But we would not be undone. We had each other, bonded by sorrow and fire. We would carve our path through the chaos, fueled by the rage that coursed through our veins, the echo of Hector's laughter guiding us like a haunting refrain. I felt the weight of inevitability settle on my shoulders, a grim cloak of destiny. There was no turning back now. With every heartbeat, the shadows drew closer, and the night stretched before us, infinite and unforgiving. The air hummed with tension, vibrating like a taut string, ready to snap. And somewhere in the distance, the promise of confrontation loomed, a storm gathering strength, waiting to break. Time moved differently now, swirling around us like smoke, each moment pregnant with possibility. The darkness whispered sweetly, luring us deeper into its embrace. And as we stepped into the unknown, I could feel the pulse of revenge thrumming beneath my skin, a rhythm that would not be silenced. We were no longer just mourners, we were warriors rising from the ashes, ready to reclaim the light that had been stolen from us. The night was ours. The night hung heavy, a suffocating blanket of shadows that seemed to swallow the world whole. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, clutching the cold stone wall of our crumbling fortress. The air was electric, charged with an unspeakable tension. I could hear the distant murmur of the enemy, their laughter a haunting melody that echoed through the silence. It was a cruel reminder that danger lurked just beyond our fragile walls, a ghost that whispered promises of doom. I remember the first time I felt fear like this. It was a summer night, and the stars twinkled innocently overhead, casting their glow upon our town. But fear, like a viper, coiled in my gut, tightening its grip with every passing moment. Now, with every heartbeat, I felt it again, raw and unrelenting. Lysander, my brother, stood beside me, his eyes narrowed, searching the darkness as if he could will the enemy to reveal themselves. His face, usually the canvas of confidence, was etched with uncertainty. "We can't let them take what's ours," he muttered, his voice low and fierce. Each word was a dagger, sharp and heavy with meaning, driving into the very core of my being. As if we had anything left to protect. As if hope hadn't slipped through our fingers like sand. I could feel the weight of the world on his shoulders, but it was more than just the burden of leadership. It was a haunting personal vendetta, a promise to avenge our fallen. He was haunted, and I was terrified. What we would become if we lost everything. The thought gnawed at me like a ravenous beast. There was Meris, too, our fierce and fiery cousin, a whirlwind of emotion wrapped in armor. Her hair, a wild explosion of curls, framed her face like a tempest. She wasn't afraid to voice her fears, and in the stillness of the night, I could see the tremor in her hands. "What if they come for us in the dark?" she whispered, her voice trembling, eyes wide as saucers. "What if we're too late?" I took a deep breath, forcing calm where chaos threatened to reign. "We'll fight. We'll find a way." The words felt inadequate, a flimsy shield against the onslaught of despair. But what else could I say? What else was there to do but cling to the hope that flickered like a dying candle? The night deepened, a suffocating shroud of uncertainty that twisted my insides. I remembered the stories of past battles, the heroes who rose against insurmountable odds. Those tales never told of the nights before the dawn, a waiting game, a dance with dread. I was not a hero. I was merely a girl burdened with the weight of a legacy, terrified of the darkness that crept ever closer. As the clock chimed in the distance, each toll sliced through the air like a knife. Time was running out. The enemy was not just a faceless horde, they were a promise of loss, of betrayal. They didn't just want our land, they wanted our souls. I could almost feel their breath on my neck, hot and suffocating, as if they were already inside my head, whispering doubts that gnawed at my resolve. "Meris," I said, my voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. "If we don't make it through this, if we fall, promise me you'll survive. Promise me you'll fight for what's left." Her gaze locked onto mine, fierce and unyielding. "I will," she said, the fire in her heart igniting in her eyes. "I'll tear down the walls they build over our graves." The intensity of her words sent shivers down my spine. And then there was Lysander, who turned to me, his expression drifting between fear and determination. "We'll form alliances," he said, a spark igniting in his darkened gaze. "There are others who think like us, who feel the same desperation. We can't face this alone." I could see the cracks in his bravado, the desperation that haunted him like a specter. He was ready to reach out to anyone who would listen, to unite against the storm that threatened to consume us. Others? I scoffed, the bitterness of my laughter sharp and bitter. What if they betray us first? What if we're left standing alone in the ashes? "Then we'll make our stand among those ashes," he replied, voice steady, even as the tremor of his hands betrayed him. "But if we don't try, we've already lost." And in that moment, amidst the chaos and the silence, I felt something shift within me. A flicker of courage ignited by the sheer conviction of my brother. Our lives were woven together with threads of hope and despair, and maybe, just maybe, there was a path through the darkness. We stood there, on the precipice of something monumental, our destinies intertwined in the shadows of history. The enemy loomed closer, but we would not surrender. Not yet. The night stretched on, thick with dread and determination, and as the first light of dawn began to break, I could feel the tremors of our resolve harden into something formidable. We were not just survivors stumbling through the dark, we were warriors ready to rewrite our fate. And so, as the sun crested the horizon, illuminating the battlefield that lay before us, we stood together, 3 souls united against the tide. The air vibrated with possibility, with the promise of alliances, of strategies born from desperation, and the echo of our heartbeat sang a symphony of defiance. I remember the feeling of standing on the edge of that unknown, the air thick with tension, our hearts pounding a battle rhythm. We were broken. We were strong. We were terrified. But above all, we were alive. And as that dawn broke, illuminating the shadows, we became something more than mere survivors. We became hope, fierce and unyielding, a beacon against the encroaching darkness, the Trojan response that would echo through the ages. The wind howled through the desolate streets of Troy, a mournful wail that echoed the despair in the hearts of its people. Shadows flickered like ghosts against crumbling walls, and in that chaos, a single voice cut through the darkness, raw and frantic. "You have to listen to me. It's coming." Cassandra's words hung in the air, heavy with dread, her breath escaping in desperate gasps that mingled with the cold night. The weight of her warning pressed against her chest like a vice, but no one wanted to hear. Not now, not ever. The city buzzed with the thrill of celebration, the sounds of laughter and clinking cups ringing hollow in the wake of her cries. She stood on the precipice of truth, a lighthouse in a storm, but the ships were sailing blindly toward the rocks, deaf to her illumination. And behind her, Agamemnon watched, his eyes narrowing, frustration curling his lips. He clenched his fists, a warrior trapped in a world where the fiercest battle was not against a foe but against the very fate that had twisted his path. Cassandra was his prize, a gift from the gods that had turned rancid. Her prophecies had become curses, and he felt the weight of them like chains around his soul. "Cassandra, stop," he called, but the urgency in his voice was laced with a desperate desire to silence the truth. How could he lead his men into battle with doubts gnawing at his heart? "I remember the quiet before the storm," she whispered, her eyes wild, the flicker of candlelight reflecting her inner chaos. "I remember the faces of those who will fall, the blood staining the earth where our laughter once was." Each word was a knife, carving into the fabric of reality, yet no one would heed her. Each time she opened her mouth, it felt like she was screaming into a void, the sound swallowed by indifference. Behind them, Helen stood, golden hair cascading like a waterfall of sunlight, but her beauty felt like a curse. She watched the scene unfold with a hollow ache, torn between desire and loyalty, her heart a battleground. "Cassandra, please, we don't have time for this." Helen's voice quivered, pleading with the intensity of 1,000 unshed tears. The weight of her own choices settled heavily upon her shoulders, a mantle she could not shake off. She longed to comfort her sister in arms, yet felt the pit of betrayal lurking in her own heart. The seed of conflict had been planted, and it was growing wild and unrestrained. Cassandra turned, eyes blazing like fire in the night. "You think love can shield you? Love is the hollow echo of a forgotten promise." Her words were sharp, each syllable striking like thunder, and Helen stepped back, her breath catching in her throat. Cassandra's pain was palpable, an open wound that bled anguish. "I have seen your future, Helen, and it is drenched in blood and sorrow." The air crackled with tension, sharp enough to slice through the pretense of joy that lingered like smoke. Agamemnon shifted, his stance rigid, caught between the weight of impending doom and the desire to maintain control. "Enough," he barked, but as he spoke, the ground beneath them seemed to tremble, as if the very earth conspired to echo Cassandra's truth. Time slowed, the world narrowing to a single, heart-stopping moment. Cassandra, once a figure of hope, now stood like a ghost, her ethereal form trembling with the foreknowledge of tragedy. "You will regret this," she murmured, the words dripping with sorrow. You will regret not listening when the flames consume you. Agamemnon's heart raced, a surge of frustration threatened to erupt. What do you want from me? To believe in your madness. He spat the words, but the tremor in his voice betrayed the fear that clawed at his insides. Beneath the bravado, he felt the tug of her prophecy, a visceral knot tightening in his gut. But Cassandra's eyes were distant, lost in memories that bled into visions, a tapestry woven with threads of despair and impending doom. She saw the battles that loomed, the faces of fallen comrades, their laughter extinguished like candle flames. I'm not mad, she breathed, her voice breaking, the wall of her composure crumbling. I'm the only one who sees, the only one who can feel the weight of the future pressing down like a coffin lid. Helen felt the tears sting her eyes, the truth cutting deeper than any sword. What if we could change it, she whispered, a fragile hope flickering in the shadow of despair. What if we could alter fate? Cassandra's gaze softened for a fleeting moment, the bravado melting away like ice under the sun. Fate is a relentless tide, Helen. It sweeps away the unprepared, leaving only remnants in its wake. Each breath she took felt like a battle, her heart racing as she faced the inevitability that clawed at her soul. And then the bells began to toll, deep, resonant notes that shattered the fragile silence, sending tremors through Troy as if the city itself sensed the coming storm. The laughter faded, replaced by a chilling realization that spread like wildfire, igniting panic in the hearts of all who heard. Cassandra! Agamemnon shouted, the desperation in his voice morphing into a haunting echo. Tell me how to stop it. A silence enveloped them, pregnant with fear and uncertainty. Cassandra's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, reflecting the flickering light of the torches around them. To stop it, you must first face it. Her words hung in the air, a riddle shrouded in the specter of inevitability. As the first shadows of night encroached upon the city, they realized that escape was a fleeting illusion. The threads of fate had woven their tapestry, and all Cassandra could do was watch and warn, a specter of dread cast across the stage of human folly. And as the night deepened, so did the chasm between hope and despair, the distance stretching endlessly, a haunting reminder that sometimes the loudest truths are the ones no one dares to hear. In that moment, the darkness felt all-consuming, a beast lurking just beyond the horizon, waiting to swallow them whole. Each heartbeat echoed with the knowledge that time was slipping away, a relentless current dragging them toward an unseen abyss. Cassandra closed her eyes, bracing herself against the storm raging within her. And yet, the dying light of the day held a promise, if only they would listen. The stars above the Greek camp flickered in a dark canvas, like the dying embers of a once raging fire. Silence hung heavily, broken only by the distant clash of swords and the anguished cries of men, a haunting melody that echoed through the night air. Every breath felt like a weight, a burden carried by weary souls, where hope mingled with despair in an intoxicating dance. I remember the moment I saw him, shadows pooling around his feet like dark thoughts. Hector stood at the edge of the campfire, his silhouette sharp against the flickering flames, a warrior painted in shades of conflict. His armor glinted, but not from battle, it caught the light of dying hope, a promise that felt more like a curse. We fight for glory, for honor, he had whispered to me, his voice taut with an emotion that threatened to crack. But in his eyes, I saw something different, a flicker of doubt, a question that lingered like smoke. The air was thick with tension, palpable enough to choke on. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, a war drum echoing the chaotic rhythm of our lives. Each soldier was a fragment of a shattered mirror, reflecting their own fears, their own ambitions. And here, amidst the chaos, stood Livia, her spirit fierce, yet fragile, like a wildflower growing through a crack in stone. She was a healer, a keeper of wounds, yet she wore her own scars like a badge of honor, each laceration a testament to battles fought within. Why do we continue this madness? She pleaded, her voice trembling like the flickering flame. Every day, we bleed for a cause that seems to grow more distant. What are we fighting for if not to save ourselves? Her desperation clutched at my heart, squeezing until I felt the sharp pang of her pain. I murmured, my voice barely a whisper. I remember the nights we spent dreaming of peace, of laughter echoing through the valleys. Now, all I hear is the clanging of swords, the storm of war breaking against our souls. In that moment, I felt time itself warp, twisting around us like a sinister serpent. Night would not last forever, and I feared the dawn would bring with it not just light but the weight of inevitable choices. Choices that could tear apart the fragile threads of brotherhood and sisterhood we still clung to in this madness. Agaptus stepped closer, his face illuminated by the flicker of the fire. "Every man must choose their side," he said, determination hardening his features. "But what if the side we choose is not the one we believe in? Will we still carry our swords, our shields, knowing they may turn against us?" His voice, once thunderous, now trembled with uncertainty. I felt a cold sweat prickling at my brow. The camp was a cauldron of emotions, simmering beneath the surface. Anger, confusion, fear, it all brewed together, threatening to erupt. "You think we are united?" I spat, rage boiling over. "We are but shadows of ourselves, running from ghosts of who we were." Unity? It's a word we whisper to keep the dark at bay. "We are lost." But Livia placed a hand on my arm, grounding me. "And yet, we endure." Her eyes, bright with fire, reflected the embers of the campfire. "Even the smallest flame can light the darkest night. We are not yet broken. We can still fight for something greater." Her resolve pierced through the fog of despair, stirring something deep within me. I saw the flickering shadows dance behind her, a reminder that even amidst chaos, beauty could be born. Hope was a wild thing, rooted in the heart, defying every storm that threatened to uproot it. But then, the night erupted. A crash echoed through the camp, shouts, cries, the violent clang of metal meeting metal. My heart raced as the familiar rush of adrenaline coursed through my veins. "They're attacking," Agaptus yelled, the firelight flickering as men scrambled to arms, chaos erupting like a sudden storm. And in the midst of the madness, I saw the ghosts of our past, the faces of brothers and sisters who would fall, all caught up in this whirlwind of fate. The ground shook as men ran, and a haunting melody, the wails of those lost, chased them into the fray. Livia's grip tightened on my arm, her fears spilling over like a shattered vase. "We have to fight," she urged. "We cannot let this be our end." Hope and despair collided within me as I stood at the precipice of choice. Would I follow Agaptus, the embodiment of fighting spirit, or Livia, the voice of reason and compassion? Both paths felt like thorns, one leading to glory, the other to ruin. But what if the true battle was not the one at our doorstep, but the one raging inside us? In that fleeting moment, time stretched painfully. I could almost touch the fabric of destiny, each choice weaving a thread in its intricate design. I glanced at Agaptus, who was ready to march into the fray, his heart a blazing torch. Then at Livia, fiercely holding on to the vestiges of hope, her spirit a flickering flame. Together, I whispered, the word feeling both fragile and powerful, like a prayer rising to the heavens. "We fight together." And with that, we charged into the storm, hearts pounding, shadows merging into one. The night was alive with chaos, but within that chaos, we found a spark, a fleeting sense of unity that glimmered even in the darkest of times. The battle had begun, but so had our reckoning, a reckoning that would bind us in ways we could not yet fathom, threads of discord weaving into a tapestry of resilience. Each heartbeat was now a reminder that amidst the war raging around us, war raged within, and the outcome remained uncertain. But we would fight, not just for survival, but for each other, for the fragile hope that binds us. The clash of steel rang in the air, sharp and unforgiving, like the crack of thunder on a still night. A blade skidded across the cobblestones, sparks flying, illuminating the dark alley where shadows danced like phantoms. My heart thundered in my chest, a wild drumbeat urging me forward, pulling me deeper into the chaos. "This is it," whispered a voice inside my head, echoing the fear swelling in my throat. Honor demanded a reckoning, and I was on the threshold of it. In that throbbing moment, I saw Tristan, his face a mask of fury, the remnants of his youth clinging to him like a tattered cloak. He was a warrior, but tonight, he was a boy chasing shadows, his father's legacy tightening around him, a noose made of expectations and blood. I could almost taste the desperation on his lips, the weight of his choices pressing down like 1,000 stone tablets etched with the code of the warriors: honor, loyalty, sacrifice. Honor, he spat, voice trembling with rage as he faced his opponent, the glint of the other man's blade hungry for retribution. Honor had been a shield, a shining promise that now felt like a shackle, chaining him to a path he hadn't chosen. What good is it when it leads to this? His words were a blade of their own, cutting through the thick tension that draped over us. The alley felt alive with his pain, a living thing, writhing in the silence that followed. Across from him stood Elise, her eyes fierce as they mirrored his turmoil. She clutched her own weapon, trembling not from fear, but from the weight of memories that haunted her like ghosts. "Tristan, listen," she cried, her voice breaking like glass. The desperation in her tone crackled with electricity, it pulled at the edges of my heart. "We don't have to do this. Honor is more than bloodshed." But how could I explain to her, to both of them, that the very essence of honor demanded confrontation? It was a fire that consumed, a relentless tide that swept away all doubt. I felt it burn inside me, igniting a primal instinct to protect, to scream, to rage against the darkness threatening to engulf them. I remember, Tristan's voice faltered, a flicker of vulnerability breaking through his bravado. I remember the stories my father told me, of warriors who fought for the honor of their people, for their families. His breath hitched, the memories crashing against him like waves against a rocky shore. But what if those stories are just tales spun to keep us shackled? Ellie stepped closer, eyes glistening with unshed tears. They are stories, yes, but they are not all that we are. Honor is a choice, Tristan. It's about how we stand up for each other, not how we stand against one another. The intensity in her gaze pierced through the haze of anger and confusion, revealing the raw, aching truth that lay beneath the surface. The alley seemed to hold its breath, a collective heartbeat thrumming in the silence that draped over us. I could feel the weight of the cosmos pressing down, like a celestial audience watching this tragic opera unfold. Shadows stretched long, fingers of darkness reaching for the flickering light of hope, and in that moment, I understood, they were not just fighting each other. They were battling the ghosts of their pasts, the burdens of expectation, the fear of failure. And then it happened. The world exploded into motion. Steel met steel, a shriek that cut through the air, the sound reverberating deep in my bones. I was frozen, caught in a riptide of emotion, each clash of their weapons resonating with my own fears, my own sense of honor and betrayal. It was a dance of death, a ballet where each misstep could mean the difference between life and oblivion, between honor and disgrace. "Tristan!" Ellie shouted, her voice a desperate prayer, a plea that cut through the frenzy. "You don't have to prove anything. Honor isn't in the fight, it's in knowing when to stand down." But the words fell into the chaos, swallowed by the sirens of battle. Tristan was too far gone, the fire in his eyes blinding him to the truth. I could see it, a spiral, a descent into madness, a cycle of violence that threatened to engulf them both. And then, in the midst of the clashing steel, I glimpsed a flicker of realization in Tristan's eyes. A moment, a heartbeat, where the tempest stilled, and clarity washed over him like a cleansing rain. Ellie's, his voice was raw, barely above a whisper, breaking through the cacophony. "What if honor lies in the choices we make for each other?" Time stuttered, the world around us holding its breath, a cosmic pause where the weight of their decisions hung heavy in the air. I could feel the shift, a pivot toward something greater than the violence, a yearning for understanding, a bond forged in the crucible of conflict. And just like that, the blades clashed one last time, a final crescendo, echoing through the alley like a dark symphony. A moment of hesitation, a shared glance that said more than words ever could. In that instant, I felt the air crackle with a sense of urgency, as if the universe itself leaned in, anticipating the outcome. "Honor," Tristan breathed, the word hollow yet full of promise, a question laced with the weight of his ancestry. "Is it worth the price?" But the answer was lost in the chaos, buried beneath the echoes of their choices. I felt the ground shift beneath my feet as the shadows loomed larger, a darkness creeping ever closer. What was honor, if not a flickering candle in a tempest? What was loyalty, if not a double-edged sword, cutting both ways? I stood there, heart racing, fear clenching my gut, knowing that this moment would reverberate through their lives long after the echoes of their confrontation faded. They were warriors, but they were also children, lost and searching for meaning in a world that demanded so much, yet offered so little. And as the dust began to settle around them, I understood, this was not merely a fight. It was an awakening, a reckoning, a reminder that honor is not simply a code to follow, but a choice made in the quietest of moments, a heartbeat in the silence that follows the storm. It would linger, like an unsung melody, threading through their lives, binding them together in ways they could not yet fathom. I felt the weight of this unfolding truth, heavy and palpable, like a drumbeat resonating within me as I watched them navigate this labyrinth of emotion, this intense tapestry of human experience. The air crackled with anticipation, the shadows swirling with unspoken promises, and I was caught in the web of their stories, held captive by the power of their choices. The confrontation wasn't over, it was merely the beginning of something vast, echoing through the cosmos, a dance of honor, loyalty, and the haunting specter of sacrifice, forever entwined in the fabric of their being. The air crackled with anticipation, a tension so thick it was almost tangible. I stood in the heart of the crumbling stone citadel, my heart racing like a caged beast, every heartbeat echoing the staccato rhythm of impending chaos. Outside, the moon hung low, a sickly silver eye watching the world below, as if it could see the betrayal brewing in the shadows. Nighttime had never felt so alive, so foreboding. I could taste the bitterness of fear on my tongue, sharp and metallic, and it clung to me like a second skin. I remember the sound of steel on steel, a voice whispered, trembling with the weight of memories. It was Elara, her once bright eyes now clouded with uncertainty. She stood beside me, her hands shaking as they gripped the hilt of her dagger. I remember the screams that pierced the night, like the wails of lost souls. Every word was a dagger, plunging deeper into my chest. I could feel the weight of our choices heavy in the air, pressing down on us like the stone walls that had witnessed countless tragedies. Our alliances were shifting like the sands of time, and I feared we were about to lose everything. The courtyard was a battlefield of shadows, each flickering torch cast grotesque silhouettes against the ancient stones, ghosts of past warriors dancing in a macabre tribute to their own demise. I could hear the murmurs of the men outside, their voices rising and falling like the tide, their faith in our cause wavering, eroded by doubt and fear. Betrayal was a bitter fruit, and it had begun to ripen in the hearts of those we once called brothers. "Do you think they'll come for us?" Elara asked, her voice a bare whisper, the tremor betraying her bravery. She had always been the brave one, the fiery spirit who dared to challenge the gods themselves. "Only if they smell our weakness," I replied, my own voice a feeble attempt at reassurance. I knew the truth, our enemies were circling like vultures, their eyes gleaming with hunger, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But we can't let them see us falter. We have to hold on. Yet, doubt gnawed at me, a relentless beast. I could see it reflected in her eyes, the flicker of fear that mirrored my own. I remembered the day we forged our bond, the day we promised to fight together against the darkness. But now, with alliances crumbling around us, I felt that promise slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. Outside, the soldiers were gathering. I could imagine their faces, each one a mask of uncertainty. They had followed us into this battle, their lives hanging by the thread of our decisions. I could almost hear the whispers, the questioning glances. "Why are we here? Is this worth it?" I turned to face Elara, searching for the fire I once knew, but all I found was a flicker of doubt. What if they turn on us? The question hung in the air, heavy and accusing, as if the very gods above were watching, waiting to see how we would crumble. "Then we fight," she replied, a spark igniting in her voice, but I could see it was more hope than certainty. "We fight until the end." And yet, I knew what lay beyond hope. The harsh reality of our world, where loyalty was as fragile as glass, and trust could shatter with a single word. The gods favored the cunning, the ruthless. Not the good. Not the brave. A noise shattered the silence, the clang of metal against metal echoed from the gates. A reminder, a forewarning. I took a step closer to the window, peering into the abyss of night. Shadows moved, silhouettes against the moonlight. The enemy was here, a tide of darkness rolling toward us. "Gather the men," I commanded, my voice steady despite the storm raging within me. "We need to prepare." Ilara hesitated, her gaze lingering on the chaos beyond. What if they choose to join them instead? I felt the weight of her question settle over me. A betrayal by those we had once called friends. Each face flashed through my mind, faces I had laughed with, shared dreams with. Could they really turn so easily? We'll be ready, I whispered, though uncertainty gnawed at the edges of my resolve. But how could anyone be ready when loyalty was as ephemeral as the mist that clung to the ground? As I forged through the chaos of soldiers and weapons, I felt the pull of emotions, fear, anger, despair, all blending into a cocktail of dread. I caught glimpses of familiar faces turned unfamiliar, eyes that once sparkled with camaraderie now clouded with suspicion. Time slowed. Moments stretched into eternity. I could hear the distant sound of laughter, echoes of a world untouched by our grim reality. I remembered my mother's voice, soothing and warm, as she spun tales of bravery and honor. But those tales were mere whispers now, drowned out by the storm brewing within our very ranks. The gates creaked, a monstrous sound that sent shivers racing down my spine. I turned back to Ilara, her face pale but resolute, the dagger glinting in her hand. "We'll face them together," she said, and in that moment, I saw the flicker of hope. But the hope felt fragile, like glass on the brink of shattering. As the gate swung open, a darkness surged through, a wave threatening to engulf us whole. The air thick with the scent of sweat and fear, a visceral reminder of our vulnerability. And then, in the chaos, I spotted him, Calder, once our trusted ally, now a traitor with his eyes darkened by ambition. The moment felt electric, charged with the weight of our shared history. I could see the gears of betrayal turning in his mind, and it twisted my heart into knots. He had been one of us, a brother in arms, and now he stood on the precipice of our doom. "You can't trust anyone," his voice cut through the chaos, a chilling proclamation. In that moment, all choices felt like curses, each alliance a noose around our necks. I could feel the gods watching, their favor as fickle as the wind. As the confrontation loomed closer, I knew we had entered a game beyond our control, where loyalty and betrayal danced in an eerie waltz, and the outcome lay in the hands of fate. Every heartbeat echoed a prayer, every breath a plea. Would we emerge shattered or whole? Would the gods' favor manifest in our triumph or our ruin? The answer lay just beyond the horizon, a darkness creeping closer, ready to consume us whole. The clock's hands tremble, caught between a heartbeat and a scream, as shadows stretch across the cracked pavement, beckoning with the promise of dread. In that moment, time seems to fracture. Two figures stand on opposite sides of the street, eyes locked, breath shallow, as if the world around them has shrunk to this singular confrontation, a collision of choices shaped by fate's cruel hand. I remember the chill in the air. It clung to my skin like a ghost, whispering secrets I was too afraid to hear. As I stood there, fists clenched at my sides, my heart thudded like a drum, echoing against the silence that threatened to swallow us whole. Across the way, Sarah's eyes glimmered with an intensity that could ignite the night. She was a tempest, a storm of emotions, all swirling chaos and passion, and I was the calm before it, at least, I wanted to be. "Do you want to know the truth?" she shouted, her voice slicing through the oppressive stillness. The very air crackled with energy, vibrating with the unspoken words that hung between us. I felt it deep in my bones, the weight of our choices pressing down like a leaden shroud. Fate was a cruel puppeteer, and here we were, tethered to strings made of our fears and dreams. I remember the first time we met, how her laughter had danced through the room, intoxicating and life-affirming. I was drawn to her light, yet I felt the shadows of my past creeping in, whispering lies that twisted like barbed wire around my heart. I had made decisions, so many decisions, that led me here, to this moment where I stood, a mere mortal wrestling with the cosmic game of fate. And then there was Tom, lurking in the periphery, a specter of my guilt and regret. He watched, silent, his presence a heavy weight pressing against my back. I could see the anguish etched on his face, the way his jaw clenched as he fought his own demons. I knew he had a choice to make, too, one that could shatter everything. The three of us intertwined in a tapestry of desires and destinies, each thread pulling at the fabric of our lives. "Why do you always do this?" I spat, my voice trembling with a mix of anger and desperation. Why do you pretend like you can just walk away? In that instant, I felt the universe hold its breath, waiting for her response, as if the stars themselves were dangling in the balance. Sarah took a step forward, her resolve as fierce as the tempest brewing in her chest. Because every time I think I've made a choice, fate laughs in my face. Her words ignited a fire in the pit of my stomach, raw and unyielding. She was unraveling, and I was terrified. I remember the first time I felt the weight of choice, the moment I decided to leave home, to escape the suffocating grip of expectation and mediocrity. It was exhilarating, like leaping into the unknown, a plunge into a void that promised freedom. But freedom came with a cost, a debt I could never repay. I had left behind the people who loved me for the chaos of autonomy, and now I was faced with the ghosts of my decisions, haunting me like shadows that refused to fade. The streetlights flickered, casting an eerie glow on our faces, painting us in hues of desperation and longing. Fate's hand was heavy upon us, and I could feel it tightening, squeezing the breath from my lungs. You think you're the only one struggling? Tom's voice cut in, a low rumble that reverberated through the air. You think this is easy for any of us? His words were a spark, igniting the tension that simmered just beneath the surface. Sarah shot him a glare, and I could see the storm brewing within her, ready to unleash its fury. I felt it too, the urge to scream, to lash out at the very heavens that conspired against us. Our choices, their consequences, were a labyrinth with no exit, and we were mere pawns in a game of fate. I remember when we thought we were invincible, I whispered, my voice cracking under the weight of nostalgia. We were young and foolish, dreaming of a world where nothing could touch us. But innocence is a fragile thing, easily shattered by the harsh truths of life. I could see it in Sarah's eyes, the flicker of memories that haunted her as fiercely as they haunted me. Fate doesn't care about our dreams, she said, her voice softening for the briefest of moments, as if she were reaching into the depths of her soul, searching for answers buried beneath layers of hurt. It twists and turns, like a river carving its path, and we're just caught in the current. I felt the knot in my chest tighten as her words sank in. We were all drowning in our choices, struggling to keep our heads above water while fate pulled us under. What if our paths were destined to collide, to break apart in the chaos of life? What if we were meant to hurt each other, to choose between love and loyalty, between honesty and betrayal? The wind howled around us, a mournful cry that echoed our fears. It wanted to tear us apart, to scatter our hopes like autumn leaves in a storm. But we stood firm, anchored in the moment, each second dragging out like a blade poised to cut us down. Locked in this dance of fate and choice, we were both the players and the game itself, caught in a relentless cycle of despair and hope. Then what do we do? I asked, my voice barely a whisper, laden with uncertainty. The question hung between us, heavy as lead, and I felt the weight of our collective choices settle into the marrow of my bones. I don't know, Sarah admitted, her vulnerability raw and exposed. But we can't let it win. Not without a fight. In that moment, I understood the depth of her resolve, the strength that lay in her frailty. The clock's hands moved on, unyielding, and I felt time slipping through my fingers like sand. We were at a precipice, teetering on the edge of possibility, as the shadows of our choices loomed closer, ready to consume us whole. And then, just like that, fate's grip tightened. A siren echoed in the distance, a reminder that life waits for no one, that decisions must be made, consequences embraced. The tension cracked like thunder in the night, and I realized that this moment, this intersection of hearts and souls, would change everything. In the end, all we had was our resolve, our passion, and the flickering flame of hope that refused to be extinguished. We were bound by fate, yet free in our choices, teetering between what was and what could be, caught in the liminal space between light and shadow. And as the world continued to spin, we stood there, ready to confront whatever came next. The night was a heavy blanket, suffocating and thick, wrapping the city in shadows. There was no sound, just the weight of silence pressing down, as if the world held its breath, waiting. It was a stillness that foreshadowed chaos, a lull before the storm. I stood on the crumbling ramparts, the stones cold beneath my fingers, and stared out across the field where flickering lanterns dotted the landscape like dying stars. Each flicker was a heartbeat, a reminder that life surged just beyond our walls, but so did death. I remember the first time I heard the distant echo of the siege engines, wooden giants groaning against the night. They were a symphony of destruction, their rhythmic pounding reverberating in my chest like a cruel drum. I shivered, not from the chill but the impending doom that hung thick in the air. I could feel the anxiety coiling in my gut, tightening with every moment that passed. My hands trembled, and I clenched them into fists, willing the fear to dissipate like the morning fog. But it wouldn't leave, it clung to me like a shadow. Across the courtyard, I saw Ilara, her silhouette stark against the flickering flames of the torches. She was a warrior, fierce and relentless, yet I could see the cracks in her armor. The firelight danced in her eyes, revealing a storm of emotions. Was it anger? Rage? Or the deep, gnawing fear that bubbled just beneath the surface? She had always been the heart of our band, a beacon of hope when the night stretched too long. But now, as the siege intensified, I saw the cracks in her resolve, and it scared me more than any enemy could. Do you think they'll breach the walls tonight? Her voice was a whisper, but it carried the weight of 1,000 fears. I wanted to tell her it would be okay, to pull her close and share the warmth that flickered between us like the torches illuminating the darkness. But I couldn't. The truth was a heavy stone lodged in my throat. They're desperate, I finally replied, my voice barely above a murmur. Desperation can make men do terrible things. And as if the universe heard my words, a sudden roar erupted from the distance, a sound so primal it sent shivers racing down my spine. The enemy charged, their war cries slicing through the serene night like a blade. I could almost see their faces, twisted in rage, fueled by the hunger of desperation. I remembered the stories of warriors who'd fought for glory, but these men, they were fighting for survival, for a flicker of hope. We shared a bond in our struggle, yet we stood on opposite sides, and that made it all the more tragic. I glanced at Alaric, my childhood friend turned reluctant soldier. His face was a mask of determination, yet I saw the doubt gnawing at him, the uncertainty cracking his stoic facade. He had always been the one to charge headfirst into battle, the one who laughed in the face of danger. But now, he stood frozen, staring into the abyss of the approaching horde, as if they were phantoms rising from his worst nightmares. Alaric, I urged, stepping closer, my voice urgent. You can't let fear take hold. We need you. He turned, his eyes wide, glistening with unshed tears. I remember when we used to dream of adventures, of glory and honor. But this is madness. I didn't sign up for this. I reached out, grasping his shoulder, grounding him. Neither did I. The confession hung heavy between us, a truth we shared in silence. We were trapped in a nightmare we never wanted, fighting for lives we hardly recognized. The first impact shook the ground beneath us, a deafening boom that shattered the night. I felt the vibration seep into my bones, a reminder that the enemy was relentless. They had new tactics, cunning and brutal. They were throwing fire and fury, desperation morphing into strategy, and I could feel the collective panic rising in our ranks. Ilara's hands clenched around the hilt of her sword, knuckles white, her expression a delicate balance between rage and grief. We can't let them take us. Not now, not ever, she growled, her voice low and fierce. Yet I caught the flicker of doubt, the way her eyes darted to the horizon as if seeking salvation beyond the chaos. With a sudden surge of courage, I spoke, my voice rising above the chaos. We fight for each other. For the dreams we shared, for the lives we still have. The words rang out, echoing against the stone walls, and I felt their power surging through me. It wasn't just about survival, it was about hope, about love, about remembering the life we yearned for beyond these battlements. But the war drums of the enemy grew louder, their tactics shifting, evolving. They were attacking not just with weapons, but with fear, fueling the darkness that gnawed at our hearts. I could see it in the faces of my comrades, the way they wavered, doubt creeping into their souls. Alaric stepped forward, his gaze steady now, ignited by something deeper than fear. We're not just defending walls, we're protecting everything we are, he said, his voice rising with conviction. We show them our strength, our unity, our refusal to break under the weight of despair. A collective roar erupted from our ranks, a battle cry that rose like a phoenix from the ashes of our fears. It was a sound that echoed through the night, a wild, desperate call that clashed with the cacophony of war. In that moment, I felt a flicker of hope ignite within me, a warm glow against the chill of uncertainty. But the enemy was relentless, their tactics growing ever more cunning, and as the siege intensified, I knew that our fight was only beginning. The shadows deepened, and with them, a sense of foreboding settled in. The stars above watched in silence, distant and cold, as if they, too, were holding their breath for what lay ahead. And I felt the weight of time pressing down, a relentless clock counting down to an inevitable confrontation. With every heartbeat, with every breath, the night thickened, pulling us deeper into its depths. The siege intensified, a tempest of fury, fear, and fragile hope spiraling into the unknown. And we stood on the precipice, teetering between despair and defiance, knowing that whatever came next, we would face it together. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of iron, a metallic tang that clung to the back of the throat, sharp like regret. Bodies lay strewn across the battlefield, stained with the colors of war, a canvas painted in blood and despair. And there he was, Achilles, a titan of man, a god among mortals, yet a shadow of his former self, his fury now a flickering candle in a tempest. The sun dipped low, casting long, twisted shadows that danced mockingly across the ground, whispers of fate echoing in their wake. I remember the way his armor gleamed, a sunburst of bronze and gold, catching the last rays of daylight, reflecting the glory of 1,000 victories. But even the most radiant sun must set, and within that gleam lay a threat, a promise of death. The whispers grew louder, a chorus of doom, a voice that slithered into the cracks of his heart, enticing, taunting. You are invincible, Achilles. Yet, you are human. You bleed. You will fall. Patroclus stood a few paces away, his hands trembling, heart racing like a war drum. The weight of their bond, woven in shared laughter and grief, pressed like a stone in his chest. Achilles, he called, desperation lacing his voice, but it drowned in the chaos, a lost echo in a tempest of rage. Don't let the fury consume you. Don't, but fury had become Achilles' lover, a siren song he could not resist. He turned then, eyes stormy, filled with a tempest of grief and anger, and for a moment, the world around him faded, leaving only the throbbing pulse of his own heart. Patroclus, he whispered, and the name fell from his lips like broken glass, sharp and painful. The blood of my enemies is the only thing that can quench this fire. I have waited too long. I remember the way Patroclus' heart sank, as if a black hole had opened in his chest, consuming every shred of hope. But at what cost, my friend? What remains of a hero when the dust settles? What remains of us? The battle surged around them, a chaotic symphony of clashing swords and anguished cries, and in that moment, time warped. It felt like eternity, and yet, it was fleeting, a thin veil stretched taut over destiny. Achilles' fury was a double-edged sword, and Patroclus could see the glint of the blade poised to cut deep, not just into enemies, but into the very fabric of their bond. I will not let you face this alone, Patroclus declared, voice steady as he stepped forward, ready to embrace the storm. He knew the risk, the inevitable clash of fate was a ghost that hung over them, tantalizing and terrifying. Allow me to fight in your stead. Let me wear your armor. Let me be your shield. But Achilles, that great warrior, turned away from the light of reason, consumed by shadows. No. You are not a warrior like me. You do not understand this hunger, this need to feel the life seep from my enemies. Silence fell for a heartbeat, heavy and suffocating, before Patroclus found the strength to speak again. And what of the life that seeps from you, Achilles? What of your soul? The moment hung there, suspended between breath and heartbeat, a fragile thread stretched to its limit. Then, in a flash of desperation, Achilles' eyes softened, the fury ebbing, revealing a flicker of the man beneath the armor, a man who had loved, who had lost. You would wear my armor, face my enemies. For me? I would face the world for you, Patroclus replied, his own heart racing, the depths of that love spilling like a river over the stones of fate. But the world had other plans. The very cosmos conspired against them, setting into motion a chain reaction of betrayal and blood. As Patroclus donned Achilles' armor, a cruel twist of fate echoed in the laughter of the gods, mocking the naivety of mortals. The tides of war turned, and the shadow of death crossed the horizon, unfurling like a dark flag on a battlefield of heroes. Hours turned to a blur, a whirlwind of steel and screams, and the clash echoed like a heartbeat, faster, harder, relentless. Patroclus fought valiantly, his spirit ignited by the fire of love and loyalty, his every blow a desperate prayer to the gods that his friend would not witness this tragedy unfold. For Achilles, he cried, his voice carrying a weight that spoke of unbreakable bonds. But fate is a ruthless master, and it watches with cold indifference. Hector, the noble prince, a man of honor, locked eyes with Patroclus, and in that moment, the world shattered. Time slowed as if the universe held its breath, waiting for the inevitable climax. "Your time has come," Hector declared, and the words hung in the air like a curse. The sound of metal meeting flesh echoed like thunder, and then silence. A gasp. A final breath, and Patroclus fell, a warrior's sacrifice, leaving behind the echo of his love, a haunting lament that would chase Achilles into the void. I remember the moment Achilles learned of Patroclus' death, the world collapsing around him, every heartbeat a reminder of his failure, every breath a blade piercing his soul. He was a volcano, rage erupting like molten lava, consuming everything in its path. In that chaos, the gods laughed, darkness swallowing the light, shadows growing long and sinister. Achilles, in his fury, became a ghost chasing vengeance, a specter of regret, his heart now a hollow shell. He became a tragic hero, lost in a labyrinth of grief, unable to grasp the very thing that had driven him, love, loyalty, and now, the burning ashes of loss. The sun set over the battlefield, a curtain falling, and the shadows whispered, "Remember," and in that remembering, the cycle continued, a loop of love and loss, heroes rising and falling, echoing through the ages. The clang of metal on metal pierces the air, a jarring symphony that echoes in the hollow of my chest. The battlefield stretches before me, a tapestry of chaos, bodies clash, blood seeps into the earth, and anguish hangs heavy like the morning mist. I should have known this day would come. I should have held Patroclus tighter when we last parted, his grin like a spark against the grayness of fate. Now, as the sun dips behind the hills, shadows stretch ominously, foreboding, whispering secrets of loss. I remember the way he laughed, how it rolled like thunder, vibrant and alive. But laughter feels far away now, replaced by the screams of the dying. The air is thick with smoke and the stink of sweat, mingling with the metallic tang of blood. I find myself searching for him, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm that matches the beat of clashing swords. He was always the brave one, charging forward while I hesitated, caught in a web of doubt and fear. "Achilles!" A voice shouts, and the name slices through the chaos like a knife. My name, wrapped in urgency, pulls me back to reality. It's Patroclus, a specter in my mind, his face flickering like a candle's flame, illuminating the dark corners of my memory. I see him fighting, his body a whirlwind of muscle and grace, just as he was meant to be, but something shifts in my gut, a cold dread gnawing at my insides. The enemy closes in, a tide of men with eyes like storm clouds. And then there's Hector, a figure cloaked in a mantle of shadows, as if he has risen from the depths of every nightmare I've ever had. He swings his sword, a glint of malice shining brightly, and I can't breathe. This moment is a haunted echo, a cruel twist of fate. The man I've loved stands at the precipice of fate, and I am powerless, shackled by my own fears. "Patroclus!" I scream, my voice cracking, raw with desperation. But the tide of battle roars on, drowning my cries. I remember the pact we made, blood brothers forged in the fires of friendship. But on this battlefield, those fires are consuming. My fingers grip the hilt of my sword, knuckles white, heart pounding like a war drum, but it's not enough. I can feel the world slipping away, the colors fading, turning to sepia as if time itself is unraveling. "Stay back," he yells, bright and fierce, a beacon amidst the dark. I can see the determination on his face, the fierce light that always illuminated the shadows of my heart. He pushes forward, charging at Hector, and in that moment, I know the truth, he is willing to sacrifice it all. I want to scream, I want to reach out, but every part of me is paralyzed by fear. And then it happens. A sickening thud, the sound of flesh meeting steel, and everything freezes. The universe holds its breath. I watch in disbelief as Hector's blade finds its mark, piercing through my friend's armor, through the layers of skin and spirit, and into the very essence of who Patroclus is. The world tilts, and I feel the ground shift beneath my feet, a terrifying tremor that heralds the end of everything I hold dear. Patroclus! I cry, desperation flooding my veins. I run, my feet pounding against the dirt, heart racing in a wild rhythm, but every step feels like a betrayal. I should have been there, should have fought alongside him. The shadows close in around me, whispering the cruel truths of mortality, and every heartbeat reminds me of my failure. He falls, crumpling like a doll whose strings have been cut, eyes wide and unblinking, reflecting the stars that were once ours to chase. I reach him, my hands trembling as I cradle his head in my lap, cradling the weight of my own despair. The warmth seeps away, leaving behind an icy void. I remember, I whisper, feeling the last spark of joy flicker out of existence. I remember the way you dreamed of glory, the way you laughed in the face of tragedy. But all I can taste is ash. You were meant to conquer, not to fall here, not before me, I say, my voice cracking under the weight of grief. The moon bears witness, a silent guardian to our broken bond as I feel the life slip from his body. The world is a cacophony of sorrow, but all I hear is the ragged breathing of my own heart, fraying at the edges. Forgive me, I whisper, but the words hang heavy, a burden too great to bear. Forgive me for not being enough. The tears fall, blending with the dirt, a bitter elixir of love and loss. My hands shake as I wipe away the blood, his blood, an indelible mark on my soul. The clock ticks in the background, each second a reminder of the time we've lost, of the promises unfulfilled. And just when I think the darkness will swallow me whole, I feel it, a spark, a flicker of resolve. I remember the stories we shared, the laughter echoing in the quiet corners of our hearts. I will carry you with me, I vow, pressing my forehead against his. I will honor your legacy. But the shadows linger, whispering secrets of revenge, of retribution. My heart races, fueled by a tempest of rage and sorrow. Hector, I will find you. Your name will become a curse upon my lips, a fire ignited by the loss of my friend. The battlefield is a blight, but I will not let it consume me. I will rise from this darkness, fueled by the memory of Patroclus, and in his honor, I will carve a new path in blood. I take one last look at his peaceful face, the serenity that belies the turmoil inside me, and I stand. The sun sinks low, casting long shadows over the remnants of our friendship. The world may not understand, but in this moment, I am more than a warrior, I am a vessel of vengeance, a living memory. The night wraps around me, cold and unfathomable, but I embrace it. There is no end, only the churn of fate as I step forward into the abyss, fueled by love, loss, and the haunting echoes of a friendship that will never fade. A scream splits the thick air, a raw sound clawing up from the throat of a dying warrior. The walls of Troy, once a bastion of defiance, tremble under the weight of despair. I can't remember what it felt like to stand on solid ground, to believe in safety. There's a rhythm to chaos, the clash of swords, the crack of wood, the hiss of flames licking at long-forgotten dreams. I remember the taste of ash, bitter and acrid, mingling with the sweetness of blood. Cassandra! The name is a burning ember, thrown into the embers of our fate. I see her, wild-eyed, her hair an untamed halo of dread. She stands at the edge of the battlements, a prophetess dressed in rags, clutching her visions like broken glass. They're coming, she screams, but who will listen? We are all too busy drowning in our own fears. Each heartbeat is a countdown, a ticking clock that echoes through the crumbling streets of this doomed city. I remember when Hector, her brother, used to stand tall and proud. He was the sun, and I was the shadow, always lingering, always yearning for his light. But now? Now, he lies on the ground, a marionette with severed strings, his dreams of glory snuffed out like a flickering candle. His death is a stain on my soul, it festers in the dark corners of my mind. I can't escape it. I wish I could have told him, Hector, don't go. But I said nothing, and now he's gone. Achilles, I whisper, his name a curse on my lips. The rage within him is a tempest, an unending storm. He shatters enemies with a single blow, but his heart is a fragile thing, wrapped in layers of pride and sorrow. I feel the weight of his loss, the crushing realization that vengeance can never fill the void left by love. In his eyes, I see despair flickering like a dying star, a reminder of the man he used to be. He roars as he plunges his sword into the chest of a Trojan soldier, but I see the tears pooling behind his fierce gaze. Each kill is a silent scream, a cry for redemption that will never come. Cassandra's voice cuts through my thoughts, sharp as a blade. The horse! They've brought it! Her hands are trembling, and for a moment, I think she might collapse under the weight of her own foresight. We've seen it, the wooden sinew that masks the betrayal of the Greeks. They think they can trick us, that will welcome this wooden monstrosity into our sacred city like it's a gift. But nothing is free in these final moments, no hope, no salvation. Open the gates, someone shouts, and panic erupts, a wildfire consuming the last threads of reason. But I can't move. I'm anchored by a heavy dread, the ghosts of what could have been swirling around me like the dust kicked up by the advancing enemy. I remember standing before the gates as a child, my father's strong hand holding mine. Courage is a choice, he had said, but courage is a fickle friend when faced with the specter of doom. I turned to Cassandra, begging her with my eyes. What do we do? She grips my arm, her fingernails digging in like the talons of a hawk. We fight. Or we perish. Her eyes blaze, and I'm consumed by the fire of her conviction, even as doubt gnaws at my insides. The ground shakes as the Greeks begin their assault. It's a symphony of destruction, their war cries rising above the din like a mournful waltz. I feel the very earth beneath me tremble, as if it too wishes to escape the onslaught, to swallow us whole. I want to shout, to rally the troops, but my voice is lost in the chaos. Cassandra! Hector! I scream their names, but they echo back hollow and unanswered. The walls are breached. The city that has stood for centuries now quivers as if it senses its own impending death. I stumble backward, my heart racing, as shadows loom and flicker, dancing on the crumbling stones. I think of the stars, how they burn bright and fade, and I wonder if this is all we are, flickers of light, soon to be extinguished. Yet there is beauty in the chaos, a terrifying beauty that grips my heart and won't let go. I see the faces of my comrades, those who stand with me, a tapestry of fear and courage woven tightly together. We are all haunted by our choices, by the dreams we dared to imagine. As the enemy surges forward, I feel Achilles at my side, his presence like a thunderstorm ready to break. For Troy, he bellows, and when he charges, I follow, a moth drawn to the flame of his fury. I remember the moments of laughter shared beneath the sun, I remember the warmth of hope. The clash of swords resonates in my bones, it fills me with dread and exhilaration. Every swing, every breath, is a prayer woven into the fabric of our despair. I feel alive, raw, exposed. I am terrified, and yet, I am free. Cassandra! I scream again, but the battlefield has swallowed her voice. She is a ghost now, a shadow among shadows. I can barely see through the haze of smoke and desperation. The bitterness of loss coats my tongue. I charge forward, heart pounding like war drums, the world around me a blur of motion and sound. And then, the horse. It looms behind us, a specter of deceit, a promise veiled in wood and rope. I see the Greeks, their faces twisted with malice, slipping between the cracks of our defenses. The breach has come, and the city of Troy is collapsing around me. I remember the laughter of children playing, the warmth of the hearth, and the hope that once filled our hearts. Now, only shadows remain, dancing in the flickering light of the chaos. As the walls crumble, I am left with this one thought: nothing is ever truly lost. Even in the hollow echoes of despair, the memories linger, ghostly whispers in the night. And we fight, not just for survival, but for the shards of our forgotten dreams. In this moment, we are all Troy, broken yet defiant, caught in a storm that will swallow us whole. But still, we stand. Still, we fight. Still, we remember. The city of Troy smoldered beneath an unforgiving sun, its walls standing tall, but they trembled. The air thick with tension, whispers danced through the streets like wraiths, haunting the hearts of warriors and citizens alike. I remember the moment the silence shattered, a distant clang reverberating through the stone alleys, a sound that sent shivers through the souls of men. The Greeks had come, and they had come to take everything. Inside the city's grand hall, Hector paced like a lion, muscles coiled with anxiety, his brow slick with sweat. The king's son, the beloved and the scarred, torn between duty and despair. His eyes were wells of dread, haunted by visions of friends lost and the weight of a city that felt like a sinking ship. "What is it they want from us?" he spat, the words thick with bitterness, each syllable a reminder of the endless years of siege. A ghost of a laugh escaped his lips. "As if a man can own a city. What's left of Troy now?" Across the hall, Andromache, his wife, his heart, stood wrapped in shadows, her voice barely a whisper. "They want you to break, Hector. They want to see you bleed." Her words slid through the tension like a blade, sharp yet tender. Fear clawed at her chest, a wild animal desperate to escape. She could not shake the thought of losing him, the flames of war consuming the very essence of their love. She grasped his arm, her fingers trembling. "Promise me," she begged, "promise me you'll come back." He turned to her, a flicker of something unnameable passing between them. "I remember," he said, voice low, "the day we stood on the cliffs, the sea whispering sweet nothings. I remember the dreams we painted in those moments. I will return." But doubt laced his promise like the bitterness of burnt offerings. The city outside was a cauldron, and they were the ingredients slowly boiling. Hector's eyes fell upon the horizon where the Greeks camped, their banners fluttering like crows feasting on the remains of what once was. For 10 years, they had fought. They had bled. But the day the Greeks unveiled the Trojan horse, a monstrous wooden beast that loomed like a spectre of doom, fear settled like a heavy fog. How could a work of art, their supposed gift, be anything but a ruse? But within its hollow belly, the whispers echoed louder. Maybe it is fate, he thought, or maybe it is just madness. As dusk kissed the sky, the tension thickened, palpable. The horse stood in the courtyard, its mouth gaping open, daring them to step closer. Curiosity battled caution, much like Hector battled his own heart. "What do we do?" a soldier asked, voice trembling. The crowd swelled, shifting like a tide caught between desire and dread. "We should burn it," another cried, the firelight dancing in his eyes. "Or we should invite it in." The madness spread like wildfire, engulfing their reason. Andromache watched the scene unfold, her heart a pendulum swinging between hope and despair. She could see it, the joy in the eyes of the foolish, the naivete of men who had forgotten the cost of pride. Sometimes, she whispered to herself, the greatest enemy wears a friendly face. Her gaze shifted to Hector, who stood like a statue, chiseled from the very marble of their dreams. "You're not like them," she wanted to scream. "Please don't be swayed by the allure of false promises." But doubt clawed at him too, the shadows of the night whispering secrets of surrender. What if this was their salvation? What if the horse was the end of suffering? His heart raced, a drum echoing through the silence of the hall. He could feel the weight of the city on his shoulders, the cries of the people, the legacy of his lineage. "They are tired, Andromache," he said, his voice cracking. "They want a way out. They want to believe." As night fell, the horse loomed larger, a titan casting a long shadow over the hearts of the Trojans. The Greeks, hidden inside, held their breath, their own fears eclipsed by the thrill of deception. Inside the hollow body of the beast, Odysseus grinned, his mind a swirling storm of strategy. Just a little longer, he thought, just a little longer until the city becomes ours. His heart pulsed with anticipation, every second stretching into eternity, the thrill of conquest intoxicating. But Hector's heart raced too, for different reasons. Memories of laughter, of love, flickered through his mind, ever-present ghosts that haunted his every decision. He could see Andromache's face, her eyes filled with hope, and he felt the weight of their future, fragile as glass. "What if I choose wrong?" he thought. "What if I lose everything?" The crowd buzzed with uncertainty, each man weighing the risks like a scale tipped precariously. "We take it inside," one brave soul declared, breaking the spell of hesitation. "We make it ours, let them think they've won. Let us feel the victory for once." The cheers rose, a chorus of defiance, drowning out the whispers of doubt. Andromache's heart sank further, a stone dropped into an abyss. No, she wanted to scream. Can you not see the abyss within? The decision had been made, the horse would be brought inside. And as the soldiers pulled it into the courtyard, Hector felt a shiver race down his spine, a premonition that something dark was lurking just beyond the veil. The heavy thud of the wooden beast against stone echoed like a death knell, each sound piercing through the gathered throng. What have we done? He thought, a sense of dread pooling in his gut. Andromache clutched her stomach, nausea mixing with fear as she watched the horse swallow men whole. This is the end, she thought, but she wouldn't let despair consume her. She pushed through the crowd, desperate to reach Hector, to pull him back from the precipice. "This isn't a gift." Her voice was a wail now, raw and frayed. "This is a trap." But the night deepened, and with it, the laughter of men turned into something darker, a sinister promise of chaos. The horse stood tall in the flickering firelight, its mouth agape, waiting, a predator disguised as a protector. As Hector looked upon it, the shadows lengthened, twisting through the square like phantoms, and he knew in that moment, the choice was made. The city of Troy would either rise anew or fall into the abyss, and love or war would seal the fate of all. And he would stand at the heart of it, torn between the woman he loved and the home he swore to protect, a battlefield waged not just outside but within, with every heartbeat echoing louder, each breath a desperate prayer against the impending storm. The air crackled with tension, a visceral pulse in the night, as the shadows of the ancient city loomed like specters against the bruised sky. The ground trembled beneath the weight of destiny, and the distant sound of clashing steel resonated like a heartbeat, urgent and primal. I stood amidst the chaos, my heart pounding like a war drum, every beat a reminder of what was at stake. Fear tasted bitter on my tongue, but beneath it lay a flicker of resolve, a flame that refused to be extinguished. I remembered the stories whispered around flickering campfires, the tales of brave souls who had walked these very streets. They felt like ghosts now, haunting the corners of my mind as I prepared for the final confrontation. But this wasn't a story, this was real, a symphony of fear, hope, and heartbreak woven into an impending clash that would echo through time. Across the churning battlefield, I spotted Arya, her fiery spirit was a beacon amidst the encroaching darkness. She had come to symbolize everything I fought for, courage and the relentless pursuit of justice. But I could see it in her eyes, a flicker of doubt, a chink in her otherwise indomitable armor. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that she was not alone, but the weight of the moment pressed down on us like a heavy shroud. What if this was the end? What if I couldn't save her from the ghosts of her past? "Stay strong!" I shouted over the cacophony, though I felt my own voice tremble, fragile as the last light of day. She glanced back, and in that brief moment, I saw not just a warrior, but a woman grappling with her own demons, the loss of family, the burden of choice, and the constant question of whether she was enough. The fear that she might fail us all twisted in my gut, gnawing at my resolve, but I pushed it away. This was our moment, and we would face it together. As I turned to the horizon, I spotted Rylan, his silhouette sharp against the dimming light. He was a tempest, a wild storm contained within a man, driven by vengeance and a deep-seated need for redemption. The scars on his hands told stories of battles fought, but they also held the weight of choices that had haunted him, loss, betrayal, and the heavy price of ambition. He was my brother in arms, yet in the depths of his eyes, I saw the shadows of uncertainty. Was he fighting for the right reasons, or was he chasing a ghost that would never truly satisfy his restless soul? "Rylan!" I called, desperation lacing my voice. "We can do this. Together?" His gaze met mine, fierce and unwavering, but I sensed the flicker of a storm brewing beneath the surface. In that instant, I feared that the very thing binding us might also tear us apart. The stakes were higher than ever, and the air felt thick with the ghosts of our choices. The ground shook again, a primal roar reverberating through the city as the enemy surged forward, a relentless tide of darkness, a harbinger of despair. I gripped my sword, feeling the cool metal pulse with a life of its own, a promise of protection against the inevitable. I remembered the warmth of laughter shared, the taste of sweet wine on our lips, and the camaraderie forged in the fires of adversity. Would all of it mean nothing now? Would these memories dissolve into the ether, lost to the cruelty of fate? The clash began, steel met steel, and the air filled with the cries of warriors locked in battle. Every thrust of my blade felt like an echo of every choice I had ever made, reverberating through my bones. I fought not just for survival, but for every moment that had led us here, the laughter, the tears, the whispered promises under starlit skies. I remembered Arya's fierce determination, the way she stood against the tide, and I fought for her, for us. But as the chaos swirled around me, a chilling realization gripped my heart. Rylan was not just fighting against our enemies, he was battling himself, the ghosts of his past clawing for dominance. I watched as his rage took over, a tempest unleashed, and I feared, would he lose himself in this storm? The thought cut deeper than any blade, a wound that felt both familiar and foreign. "Rylan, hold on to me!" I shouted, and for a fleeting moment, I saw him, truly saw him, beyond the fury, the pain, and the relentless pursuit of vengeance. He was a man standing at the crossroads, torn between the weight of the past and the glimmer of hope for a future. But the darkness tugged at him, whispering promises of power and revenge, and I felt the world around us close in, shadows threatening to swallow us whole. The battle raged on, and amidst the chaos, I felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, fear mingling with love, anger flaring with hope. We were not just fighting for survival, we were fighting for each other. Every swing of the sword was a plea to the universe, a desperate attempt to hold on to what mattered most. In that moment, I realized that we were all flawed, all searching for redemption in a world that often felt devoid of it. The tide began to shift, and the enemy faltered, but the weight of what lay ahead pressed down on us like an impending storm. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, the heartbeat of history itself, urging us forward. The outcome was uncertain, but in the depths of that uncertainty, I found clarity, a fierce determination to face whatever came next, hand in hand, heart to heart. As the last echoes of combat rang in my ears, I glanced at Arya and Rylan, their faces etched with resolve. We were bound by more than loyalty now, we were tied by the shared burden of our journeys, each step leading us toward an uncertain future. I inhaled deeply, tasting the metallic tang of blood and the sweet scent of freedom, knowing that this was only the beginning of a much larger tale yet to unfold. In the heart of the storm, we stood united. Whatever came next, we would face it together, heroes in our own right, flawed but unyielding, ready to clash with the shadows of our pasts and carve a path toward the dawn. The air crackles with a silence that screams. It's a silence that knows what's coming, a silence heavy with the weight of lost dreams, of futures shattered like glass beneath the relentless boot of war. The sun sets, but its light is a harsh gold, casting long shadows over the ruins of Troy, where once laughter danced in the streets like fireflies. Now, the only flicker is the flame of a distant pyre, a grim reminder of what was taken and what remains. I remember the scent of smoke and the bitter taste of ash in the air, a grim meal that no one asked for, yet we all find ourselves chewing on it, day after day. The night wraps around us, a tattered cloak that can't shield from the chill of despair. I can't help but think of Hecuba, queen and mother, now reduced to a spectre of her former self. Her pride, once a fortress, crumbles as she wanders among the rubble, her eyes vacant yet brimming with unshed tears. Each step she takes echoes like a heartbeat in the hollow shell of our city. "Where is my Hector?" she whispers, but the wind, cruel and unyielding, simply tosses her words back at her, mocking her grief. I see her shadow, tall and regal, flickering against the walls as it merges with the ghosts of our past, a somber dance of memories that refuse to let go. The echoes of laughter turn to wails, and yet, in that space between breaths, there is a flicker, a defiance. She is a lioness, even now, even when it feels as if every ounce of strength has been siphoned from her very being. And then there's Andromache, her heart a fragile bird trapped in a cage of sorrow. I remember the way she cradled her child, the way her fingers traced the delicate lines of his face, as if memorizing every feature in case the gods decided to snatch him away in the night. "Do not let them take you," she would murmur, a frantic prayer like a mantra, but the world around us is not kind. The clamor of soldiers, the clash of swords, and the cries of the dying drown out her desperate pleas. She stands now at the edge of despair, surrounded by the ruins of her life, the remnants of her dreams scattered like fallen petals. "What do I do?" she asks, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. "What can I do?" I want to reach out, to wrap my arms around her and whisper that we will find a way, but the truth is as heavy as the stones that crush our city. There is no way. Not anymore. In the shadows, I hear the distant laughter of the Greeks, unrepentant victors flaunting their spoils, their triumph tainted by the blood of our people. They parade our suffering as a trophy, a twisted reminder that they are here, and we are, what? Objects of pity? Or perhaps merely ghosts, haunting the halls of our own memories. I stand at the threshold, a silent witness to the unfolding tragedy, and I wonder if the gods above watch with indifference, sipping ambrosia while we drown in our grief. I remember the way the moon hung low in the sky, a silver coin tossed into a well of darkness. It felt like a promise once, before the tides of war swept it away. And now, in the dark, I steal glances at the stars, each one a distant echo of a life I once knew. But the constellations have shifted, and what guidance they provide feels like a cruel joke, leading us deeper into the abyss. Will you fight for us? Andromach's eyes plead with me, her desperation palpable, a thread that binds us in this desolate existence. Will you be my voice? I want to tell her that I will, but the words stick in my throat, heavy as mourning. After all, what good is a voice when it quakes with fear? When it trembles at the thought of what comes next? The very idea of fighting feels like drawing a blade across my own skin, sharp, unforgiving, and ultimately self-destructive. The night deepens, the stars blink out one by one, and the shadows stretch longer, reaching for us like the fingers of the dead. I remember the stories of the Furies, those vengeful spirits that haunt the hearts of the wronged. They whisper to me now, their voices like silk, promising power if only I would succumb to the darkness. I close my eyes, but the images flood in, Troy burning, mothers screaming, children wailing, and I realize that to surrender to that fury would be to lose whatever shred of humanity I have left. Outside, I hear the clang of metal, the shouts of men reveling in their conquest. I can almost see them, the victors draped in our sorrow like a cloak, and I shudder at the idea of their joy. I think of Hecuba again, her silhouette crumbling like the walls around us. I think of Andromach, her fragile heart beating in time with the war drums, both caught in a web of unrelenting fate. And then I remember something I once believed, that hope could bloom even in the darkest soil. But as I gaze upon the desolation, it feels like a cruel mirage. Hope is a flickering candle in a storm, one breath away from extinction. And still, I want to believe. I want to hold on to the idea that we have something left to fight for, even as the shadows close in. The air is thick with tension, electric with the uncertainty that clings like a fog. I can feel the heartbeat of the city beneath my feet, a pulse of desperation, of mourning, of rage. The cries of the women echo in my mind, a symphony of loss that fills the void. Fight! Andromach's voice rises, cutting through the silence like a blade, a challenge that ignites something buried deep within me. I remember the fire of rebellion, the flicker of hope that refused to be extinguished. But what can we fight with? Words? Tears? The remnants of our shattered lives? We stand on this precipice, these women of Troy, and I feel the weight of our collective sorrow, our shared pain, and somehow, amidst the chaos, I know we must rise. Because though the war rages on outside, within us lies a force more potent than any sword, a fierce, unyielding bond that refuses to crumble. And I am no longer just a witness, I am a part of this tapestry of grief, of resilience, of anger. I can feel it swelling within me, a tide that demands to break free. The night stretches on, and I can hear the whispers of our ancestors in the air, guiding us through the shadows. We stand together, a formidable front against the looming darkness, not just as victims but as warriors in our own right. And as the first light of dawn breaks, we prepare to fight, not just for survival, but for the very essence of who we are, the legacy of our sorrow that may yet turn into strength. And in the heart of it all, I stand with Hecuba, with Andromach, with every woman of Troy who has faced despair and emerged with fire in her veins. The battle may have begun before us, but we are not yet finished. The story continues, and every heartbeat echoes a promise that we will not be forgotten, no matter how dark the night. The air is thick with ashes and unspoken grief, each breath a reminder of what once was, and the shadows cast by the half-scorched buildings loom like ghosts of the past, haunting every step. I remember the sound of the sirens, the wail that echoed through the streets, a sharp, piercing scream that cut through the fabric of our lives. They say moments like these etch themselves into your soul, and as I stand here, I can still feel the tremor in my bones, the way the ground shook beneath my feet as the world crumbled around us. I spot Clara, her hair matted and streaked with soot, her eyes wide and hollow as if she's been siphoned of every last drop of hope. She stands at the edge of a broken street, fingers trembling as they brush against the jagged remnants of what used to be a bakery, the scent of fresh bread long replaced by the metallic tang of despair. "They promised us safety," she whispers, the words falling like stones into the silence. "They said we would be safe." I remember when we believed them, when the sun still rose with a promise and the laughter of children danced through the air. But now, it's just us, survivors huddled in the ruins, clutching memories like lifelines, tethered to a reality that feels like a cruel joke. The wind carries the distant sound of a child's sob, a haunting, raw wail that shatters the fragile quiet. My heart clenches, and I turn to Julian, his face etched with shadows. He was my brother, or at least, he was before the world collapsed. Now, he's a stranger clad in grief, his shoulders hunched like he's carrying the weight of the universe. "We should find them," he says, voice hoarse, cracking like the pavement underfoot. I nod, though dread coils in my stomach. "If they're still alive." The words hang between us, heavy with the unspoken knowledge that survival is never guaranteed. Each step feels like an eternity, the ruins stretching endlessly before us, a labyrinth of despair. I hear their voices in my head, echoes of laughter that now sound like mocking ghosts. My mother, her smile radiant as she handed me a cupcake, sprinkles dancing like stars. My father, the way he'd ruffle my hair, the warmth of his embrace like a fortress against the world. I remember the stories he told, how he spun tales of heroes and dreams, and now I can't even remember the last time I heard his voice. The shadows twist, cruel and mocking, and I see Clara stumble, her foot catching on a piece of debris. The world seems to hold its breath as she falls, her hands bracing against the ground, a fleeting moment of vulnerability that shatters the hardened facade she's worn. "I can't do this," she whispers, the words like shards of glass slicing through the air, raw and jagged. "Get up," Julian urges, his voice a mix of desperation and determination. "We can't stop now." But the truth is, I want to stop, to sink into the ground and let the darkness close around me. The reality that we are the remnants of a lost world weighs heavy, and the sorrow settles like a shroud over our shoulders. I remember the stories of the great floods, of civilizations lost to the tide, and how the survivors spoke of the sorrow that lingered like a ghost, an unshakable presence in their lives. This sorrow, it clings to us, draping itself over our shoulders like a cloak of shadows. "Look!" Clara's voice cuts through the haze, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. She points to a flickering light in the distance, a beacon amid the rubble. There might be people there. The thought sends a jolt through me, a rush of adrenaline laced with fear. What if they're not friendly? What if they are? The possibilities drown us, in a swell of uncertainty. But Julian's hand grips mine, firm and unyielding. We need to try. We navigate the wreckage, every turn filled with the echoes of lost dreams. I can feel the weight of the sky pressing down, a blanket of despair that suffocates. I remember, I whisper to myself, clutching at the fragments of who I used to be, wondering if I can ever be whole again. In the distance, the light flickers again, a pulse of warmth in the cold, dark night. Shadows dance along the edges, and I can almost hear the whispers of those who've come before us, urging us forward, daring us to step into the unknown. I glance at Clara and Julian, their faces illuminated by the fragile glow, and I know, this is it. But as we approach, the light flickers ominously, a signal of something lurking just beneath the surface. My heart races, a steady drumbeat of fear and anticipation. The memories swirl, a tempest of faces, laughter, love, and the gut-wrenching ache of loss. What will we find? What awaits us in the aftermath of all that has fallen? The darkness looms, but so does the light, and I realize we're tethered to both, the weight of sorrow, the flicker of hope, entwined like the roots of a tree that refuses to die. I take a step closer, breath hitching in my throat, and I can feel the pulse of the universe, the rhythm of life itself echoing through the silence. And then, as we draw nearer, a shape emerges from the shadows, a figure torn between light and dark, caught in the web of a world that once was. Time hangs suspended, and I can feel the heartbeat of the cosmos thrumming beneath my skin, urging us on, pulling us deeper into the abyss where survivors and sorrow dance in an eternal waltz. The air crackled with tension, thick and heavy like iron chains. Shadows danced in the flickering light of the dying sun, a crimson orange bleeding into the horizon, as if the world itself was wounded. I stood there, heart pounding, the echoes of my past clawing at my throat like the ghosts of unfinished business. I remember the promises I made, the laughter shared, the bitter tears shed. I remember Lydia, her spirit like wildfire, fierce and untamed, dragging me from the depths of my own despair. And then there was Thomas, the skeptic, the hammer to my fragile heart, always reminding me of reality's cold grip. Each of us flawed, each of us lost in our own way, and yet the bond we forged was unbreakable, until it shattered. The wind whispered through the trees, a sinister lullaby, as I stepped over the threshold of home. The familiar path felt foreign, haunted. Each step echoed like a drum in a funeral procession, amplifying the weight of what awaited me. I could still hear their laughter, hear the way Lydia would tease Thomas about his endless worries. But now, the silence was deafening, and every corner seemed to hide a memory, a regret, a choice unmade. I remember the last time I saw them, the way Lydia's eyes glowed like embers, full of hope. "We're going to be okay," she had said, fiercely grasping my hands. But hope is a double-edged sword, and reality came crashing down. A choice had to be made. I had chosen to protect them, to shield them from the storm that was brewing. But storms, once unleashed, do not heed the boundaries of love. As I journeyed deeper into the stillness of the home I had longed for, the shadows thickened. An unsettling chill grazed my spine, as if unseen eyes were watching, waiting. I entered the living room, the place where stories unfolded and dreams were spun like delicate webs. The furniture stood in ghostly silence, remnants of laughter and warmth still clinging to the walls like the faint scent of lilacs. Yet, the air was heavy with something else, something darker, something that felt like betrayal. Then came a sound, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper, like the rustling of dead leaves. It twisted my gut, conjuring memories I had buried deep. Was it Lydia calling for me? Or was it the wind, mocking my return? My heart raced as I stumbled toward the kitchen, the heartbeat of our home. I remember the first time Thomas had cooked for us, determined to impress Lydia. He had burned the stew beyond recognition, his face a canvas of embarrassment and determination. But the laughter that followed had filled the room with life, a moment suspended in time. Now, the kitchen lay in disarray, a stark reminder of those fleeting days. I reached for the counter, my fingers grazing the cold surface, and I could almost hear his voice, laced with humor. "Maybe next time, I'll stick to bread." Where were they? I shouted for them, my voice cracking, a desperate plea swallowed by the emptiness. The silence mocked me, taunting me with the weight of my choices. I could see shadows flickering under doors, hear the creaks of the house responding to my desperation. Every corner held a promise, or perhaps a warning. I was not alone in this house, I could feel it, a presence lurking, waiting for the moment I would falter. And falter I did. I stumbled into the hallway, where pictures hung crookedly, memories lost in time. I paused before a frame, Lydia and Thomas, their faces lit by laughter, unguarded and free. I remember how we believed we could conquer the world, how we swore we would never let darkness take hold. My breath hitched. Darkness had found us, hadn't it? I could feel it crawling back into the corners of my mind, a cold, familiar companion. The floorboards creaked beneath my weight. I turned to the staircase, a gaping maw leading into shadows, a path I had avoided for too long. I climbed slowly, each step a surrender, the air thickening with every heartbeat. And then, a sudden noise, a thud, followed by a muffled cry that shattered the fragile silence. I sprinted up the stairs, a whirlwind of adrenaline and fear. My heart thundered against my ribs like a caged animal longing to break free. The hallway stretched endlessly, each door a potential nightmare, each creak of the floor a warning. I reached for the first door, yanking it open to reveal a darkened room, empty, save for the echoes of laughter that once filled it. "Lydia!" I shouted, a raw, anguished sound that reverberated through the hall like a death knell. "Thomas!" And then I heard it again, a whisper, soft but unmistakable, drifting through the air like a wisp of smoke. "Help us!" My breath caught. The walls pulsed with something ancient, a longing that transcended the ether. I could feel the weight of their presence, the shadows of their spirits tethered to this place, caught in a web of choices and regrets. I pushed open the next door, a desperate hope clawing at my insides. And there they were, huddled together in the dim light, faces pale as the moon. They looked up at me, eyes wide with fear, but within them was a flicker of recognition, a reminder of the love we had forged. "We thought you were gone," Lydia breathed, her voice trembling, a fragile tether connecting us through the darkness. "I'm here," I whispered, the weight of everything crashing down. "I'm back." But the shadows around us thickened, twisting like tendrils of smoke. Time felt warped, as if the universe itself held its breath, watching, waiting. "We need to leave," Thomas urged, his voice strained, and I could see the flicker of desperation in his eyes. The walls closing in, the very air crackling with tension, I felt the pull of the past, the longing to return to the moments of joy, but it was laced with the bitterness of our choices. The darkness whispered doubts, insecurities, fears, clawing at my mind. Could we escape? Or were we forever bound to this haunted place? "Together," I murmured, feeling the weight of their hands in mine. "Together, we can face this." The shadows pulsed, vibrating with a life of their own, and I knew this was only the beginning. The weight of the world pressed down upon us, the clock ticking, time slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. There was no turning back, no escaping the choices we had made. But maybe, just maybe, if we held on tightly enough, we would find our way home, even through the darkness, where hope still glimmered like stars against the night. The tension surged, a current binding us together as we stepped deeper into the unknown, hearts pounding as one, chasing the light that flickered, just out of reach. The air crackled with tension, the stillness of the night heavy with unspoken fears. I stood there, heart pounding, the moon casting an eerie glow over the cobblestone streets of Athens. Shadows whispered secrets of a past marred by violence, the echoes of war still haunting the alleys. It was here, in the heart of a city once bustling with life, that I felt the grip of despair tighten around my chest like a vice. I could almost hear the ghosts of those who had been lost, their laughter replaced by the haunting silence of absence. I remember the moment vividly. A child's scream pierced through the night, raw and chilling, a sound that sliced through the veil of my own thoughts. Little Eleni, with her tangled curls and dirt-streaked cheeks, had just stumbled upon a hidden fragment of a shattered dream, a rusty toy soldier, remnants of a childhood that war had stolen. Her eyes, wide and innocent, held the weight of 1,000 unasked questions. What had happened to the world? Why were the streets empty, the laughter silenced? Then there was Demetrius, a father who had once been a baker, his hands steady and strong, kneading dough with love. But war had turned those hands into calloused instruments of survival, each scar a testament to the battles fought not just in the fields but within the very fabric of society. His eyes, once bright with hope, now dulled by despair, glinted like shards of broken glass as he searched for bread to feed his family. "I remember," he muttered, "the smell of fresh loaves, the laughter of children. How can I bring that back?" The city was a patchwork of fear and resilience, each heart a fragile thread in the tapestry of survival. I could see the flicker of longing in the eyes of the old men gathered in the square, their faces etched with the lines of history, reminiscing about the glory days when the sun shone brighter. I remember when the streets were alive, one of them whispered, voice trembling like an autumn leaf in the wind. Now, they are but shadows of their former selves. There was a weight to those words, heavy with the echoes of a shared past. The war had not only ravaged the land but had stripped away the very essence of what it meant to be Greek. I could feel the values that once bound this society together: honor, camaraderie, love, being frayed, unraveling like an old tapestry hanging by a thread. I saw mothers clutching their children tightly, as if shielding them from the bitter reality that loomed just beyond their doorstep. "What future do we have?" they asked, eyes brimming with unshed tears. And yet, amidst the pain, there was a flicker of defiance. I watched as women gathered in the marketplace, their voices rising above the ruins like a phoenix from the ashes. They spoke of resilience, of a spirit unbroken. "We will not be silenced," they proclaimed, fists clenched, faces set with determination. It was a rallying cry that sent shivers down my spine, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, hope could find a way to blossom. Yet, through the cacophony of voices, I could hear the whispers of change creeping into the very foundation of society. The war had forced people to confront their values, to redefine what it meant to be alive in a world turned upside down. Trust was a fragile commodity, and betrayal loomed like a specter. Friends became foes, neighbors turned into strangers, and the fabric of community frayed under the pressure of survival. I remember the day I stumbled upon a gathering of young men, their laughter a juxtaposition to the somber atmosphere that surrounded us. They spoke of rebellion, of a new world that could rise from the ashes of the old. "We are the future," one shouted, his face alight with passion. But behind that fervor lay a restless energy, a hunger for something more than survival. They wanted to reclaim their identity, to shape it anew amidst the chaos. But even as I watched their fire burn bright, I could feel the shadows creeping closer. What if their dreams led them down a darker path? What if their quest for change spiraled into something unrecognizable, something that could consume the very values they sought to protect? I felt the weight of uncertainty settle in my stomach, a cold dread that made each heartbeat feel like a drum echoing in the dark. The clock tower struck midnight, each chime reverberating through the city like the tolling of a funeral bell. I felt a shiver of fear race down my spine, a premonition of the battles yet to come. The war had cast a long shadow, one that threatened to swallow the remnants of hope. People were changing, their values distorted by the harsh reality of survival. Morality became a negotiable concept, love twisted by fear and desperation. I remember Eleni, her small hands grasping that rusty soldier, her innocent eyes filled with confusion. It was a poignant reminder of what was lost, a symbol of a childhood stolen by the ravages of war. She was not just a child, she was a living testament to the resilience of a nation, to the values that still flickered within the hearts of many, still fighting to survive amidst the chaos. As I walked through the shadowed streets, I felt the weight of my own existence pressing down on me. How could one bear witness to such suffering and not be forever changed? I was a part of this society, intertwined with the hopes and fears of its people. I could feel their pain, their longing. It was as if the very essence of my soul had become woven into the fabric of their lives, each heartbeat a reminder of the shared struggle, the shared love, and the shared dreams that flickered like stars in the dark sky. And as the night wore on, I felt a sense of inevitability settle over me. The war raged on, leaving in its wake a society forever altered. The past was no longer recognizable, and the future, an uncharted territory, loomed before us like a vast, turbulent ocean. I could feel the weight of our collective fate resting upon my shoulders, the pulse of a nation echoing in my heart. In this liminal space, where hope and despair intertwined, I understood that this was not an ending but a transformation, a reckoning with the values that defined us. Each breath I took was a reminder that I was part of this story, a story still being written amidst the chaos and the heartbreak. The war had changed us, yes, but it would not erase us. It would not snuff out the flickering flames of hope. And so I stood there, amidst the ruins of what was and the uncertainty of what might be, heart racing, breath catching, ready to face whatever came next. A single arrow sliced through the air, a whisper of death that found its mark, and in that moment, the world froze. Achilles stood, the weight of grief heavy upon his shoulders, his hands stained with the blood of friends and foes alike. The battlefield was a cacophony of chaos, but he was lost in the echoes of what had been, haunted by the specters of those he had loved and lost. He could hear Patroclus' laughter like a distant memory, a ghost flitting through the dust and smoke of war, a reminder of innocence shattered by the relentless tide of fate. I remember the silence that followed, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for the storm to break. In that stillness, the cries of the dying were the only music, a symphony of sorrow that tightened around his heart. It was all for naught, he thought, all this fury, all this rage. What is a hero if he cannot protect what he loves? His soul was a battlefield, torn between the fire of vengeance and the icy grip of despair, and he felt like a ghost himself, wandering through the remnants of a life that once pulsed with laughter and love. And there was Hector, the noble prince, caught in the churning tide of duty and honor, the weight of his family's expectations pressing down like a mountain. I remember the moment he knew he would face Achilles, the pit of dread in his belly, the knowledge that destiny was a cruel puppeteer, pulling the strings with no regard for the hearts it shattered. He kissed his child, a fleeting moment of tenderness in a world where love was overshadowed by bloodshed, and he could almost taste the sweetness of his wife's farewell that hung in the air like a bitter perfume. "Return to me," she whispered, but the words were drowning in the shadows creeping ever closer. The clash of swords rang out, sharp and brutal, a rhythm that matched the pounding of their hearts. They were warriors, yes, but they were also men, tormented by their choices and the shadows of those they left behind. Achilles was driven by a rage that burnt as brightly as the flames consuming Troy, while Hector fought not just for his city, but for the love that anchored him in a world spiraling toward destruction. I remember the desperation in their eyes, the haunting question that lingered unspoken: what does it mean to be heroic when all you do is cause suffering? The Iliad transcends time, wrapping its essence around the hearts of those who dare to read its verses. It seeps into the very marrow of our existence, shaping the stories we tell and the lives we live. I see its influence everywhere, in the heartbreak of a mother grieving her child, the silent battles fought within the confines of our minds, the love that emerges in the darkest of hours. It is a mirror reflecting humanity's deepest fears, our darkest desires, and our unyielding hope. I remember standing beneath the weight of history, feeling the echoes of Achilles and Hector in the laughter of children playing in the streets, and in the whispered confessions of lovers caught in the web of their own desires. The tragic beauty of their lives reminds us that every conflict is a dance of shadows and light, where victories are bittersweet and losses carve their names into our souls. The legacy of the Iliad is not just a tale of glory and honor, it is a testament to the fragility of life and the relentless pursuit of meaning amidst chaos. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of blood and fire, the battles of old melded into the fabric of today's existence. I see the scars of war etched into the faces of the forgotten, the silent heroes who bear the weight of histories untold. Their stories echo in the pages of literature, in the art that captures our grief and joy, reminding us that we are all part of a grand narrative, one where love and loss intertwine in an eternal dance. The Iliad breathes through the ages, igniting a spark in our hearts. From Shakespeare's tortured souls to the tormented figures in modern cinema, we are drawn to those who wear their flaws like battle scars, who grapple with their demons while searching for redemption. I remember how the words of Homer pulse through our veins, a lifeline connecting us to a past rich with emotion, a reminder that we are not alone in our struggles. So, we write, we create, our stories intertwining with the legacy of the Iliad, a tapestry woven with threads of grief, laughter, ambition, and love. In every pen stroke, there lies a piece of Achilles, a trace of Hector, a whisper of what once was. We breathe life into their essence, striving to capture the ephemeral beauty of existence, even as we confront the darkness that lurks just beyond the edges of our consciousness. The tension thickens, the air electric with unspoken words, as we find ourselves in the throes of our own conflicts, fighting battles both seen and unseen. I remember the weight of expectations, the pressure to be heroic when all we want is to find solace in our imperfections. The legacy of the Iliad lingers, a haunting reminder that we are all flawed, all human, caught in the relentless march of time, yearning for connection, for understanding, for love. As the night deepens, the chaos of the battlefield fades into a distant memory, replaced with the quiet hum of introspection. The beauty of the Iliad is not just in its epic battles, but in the raw, unfiltered emotions that ripple through every line. It beckons us to confront our own truths, to delve into the tumultuous depths of our hearts, and to find the strength to rise even when we feel shattered. Time stretches, bending and warping like the shadows that flicker at the edge of our vision. The stories we tell are unending, weaving through the fabric of our lives, connecting us to each other and to those who have walked before us. I remember, oh, how I remember, the power of those words, the legacy of those characters, and the undeniable pull of their stories echoing through the ages, binding us together in this relentless quest for meaning, for love, for life. The sirens shrieked through the night, their wailing an urgent, gut-wrenching cry that pierced the stillness. I stood frozen, heart pounding, the world around me blurring into a cacophony of chaos. Flames danced like manic spirits, casting eerie shadows on the faces of those who ran past, faces twisted in fear, panic clawing at their throats. I remember the heat licking at my skin, the acrid scent of smoke mixing with something more metallic, more visceral. Blood? Yes. The air was thick with a heavy dread, an omen of the tragedy unfolding before our eyes. Liam! I shouted, my voice swallowed by the tumult. I could barely hear my own words over the panic, the people screaming, the fractured glass of a nearby storefront. I caught sight of him, a silhouette against the inferno, determined and reckless. His brown hair whipped in the wind as he pushed through the throng, searching, always searching. But what was he looking for in this hell? A lost child? A chance to be a hero? Or perhaps just a way to escape the crippling weight of his own demons? Get back! I screamed, desperation clawing at my chest. But he didn't hear me. He was lost in a different battle, one far beyond the flames. I watched him disappear into the smoke, a mere shadow consumed by the night. Then there was Clara, standing at the edge of the chaos, her face pale, eyes wide. She was the embodiment of fear, every breath she took quaked her frame, each heartbeat a countdown to some inevitable doom. I remembered how she used to laugh, the way her laughter filled the air like sunlight breaking through clouds. But now, it seemed the darkness had seeped into her soul, tainting her spirit. What do we do? She whispered, a question so small yet colossal in its weight. I wanted to tell her that there was always a choice, that heroism wasn't about glory but about the willingness to step into the fray, to embrace the chaos. But the truth was, courage was shrouded in uncertainty, often masquerading as pure madness. What did I know of heroism? What did any of us know in the face of fire and despair? The flames crackled and roared, as if they were alive, eager to consume everything in their path. I felt the heat on my skin, the encroachment of fear wrapping its icy fingers around my heart. I remember the stories of heroes I had heard, grand tales of valor, of noble sacrifices, but standing there, I felt the weight of those narratives crumble. Heroes weren't always glorious. They were flawed, often broken, and sometimes the line between hero and coward blurred until it vanished entirely. Liam! I shouted again, my voice raw, desperation curling in my throat. I could almost hear the echoes of his laughter in my mind, the way he used to tease me about my obsession with history, the playful banter that had once filled our days. But now, as I stood there, the world spiraling into chaos, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was losing him to the very flames that devoured the city. Do something! Clara cried, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. And in that moment, I was struck by the duality of our existence, glory and tragedy intertwined like a cruel dance. I needed to act, to save him. But would saving Liam mean becoming a hero, or would it merely turn me into another casualty, another name lost to the inferno? I stumbled forward, my legs heavy with doubt. Each step felt like a betrayal against my own desire to flee, to hide from the inevitable. I could see him now, silhouetted against the blaze, arms outstretched. Was he inviting me into the fray or pushing me away, urging me to stay safe? The fire roared, and with it came the memories of our childhood, building forts out of nothing, forging a bond that felt more invincible than any hero's tale. Liam! I cried again, and this time, my voice shattered through the chaos, a desperate plea that felt like a lifeline thrown into the abyss. I saw his eyes widen, recognition flooding his features, and for a heartbeat, everything hung in the balance, the fire, the screams, the dreams we once held dear. And then, in an instant, the world shifted. A wall of heat surged toward me, and I lunged, my heart hammering against my ribcage. Time slowed, stretched like a taut string ready to snap. I reached for him, fingers grazing his arm, the warmth of his skin igniting something within me, a spark of hope mingled with the suffocating fear that we might not escape this inferno alive. Help me, he gasped, and in that moment, I saw the truth, the heroism I sought was not a gleaming trophy or applause, but the raw, unfiltered reality of human connection. It was the willingness to stand in the face of despair and fight, even when the odds were insurmountable. I pulled him back, yanking him from the brink of destruction, and together we stumbled away from the flames, breathless, hearts racing like wild stallions. Clara stood frozen, her eyes flickering with something akin to disbelief. But in that shared moment, we were not just survivors, we were heroes forged in the crucible of our own fragility. But as we escaped the grasp of the fire, I felt the weight of the world settle upon my shoulders. In saving Liam, had I condemned myself? Had I traded one flame for another, a flicker of glory for an embers of tragedy? And then the sirens grew louder, a chorus of despair rising into the night, drowning out the echoes of our laughter, the dreams we once spun like gossamer threads. As I looked into Clara's eyes, I saw the fragility of our heroism reflected back, the thin veneer of glory cracking under the pressure of our reality. This wasn't the end. No, it was simply another chapter in the narrative of our lives, a cycle of chaos and courage, a continuous dance with the shadows that lingered just beyond our reach. Together, we had faced the fire, and in the aftermath, we would forge our own definitions of what it meant to be heroic, with the lingering awareness that glory is often laced with tragedy, and the ghosts of our choices would always follow. And as we emerged into the cold, still night, I felt the heart of the city beating around us, a rhythm that pulsed with both despair and hope. The flames receded, but their echoes would haunt us, remind us that heroism is not a single act, but a relentless struggle against the darkness. The battle was far from over, but we would face it together, for the duality of heroism was a path we would walk, hand in hand, through the shadows and into the light. A single arrow streaks through the twilight, a whisper of death cloaked in anger. It finds its mark in the chest of a hero, Achilles, and the world holds its breath, suspended in that heartbeat. The sky bleeds crimson, and shadows dance in the agony of the dying sun, mirroring the turmoil etched into the hearts of those who stand witness, jaws clenched, hearts pounding like war drums. I remember the taste of dust and sweat, the acrid smell of fear mingling with resolve, the desperation of a people caught in a storm of fate. I remember Helen, her beauty a gilded cage, her sorrow a heavy chain. Caught between her past and the ruins of her present, she stands in the flickering light of the encroaching flames, a ghost of a dream, the remnants of love twisted into betrayal. I remember the way her eyes glistened, a storm held behind glass, waiting to shatter. "Do you see this?" she screams, voice quaking like the walls of Troy. "Do you see what I've caused?" Each word is a dagger, each accusation a wound that festers. The sorrow of a lost love, the weight of 1,000 glances that could have turned into moments. Paris rests beside her, a lover, a fool, lost in the labyrinth of despair, his hands trembling as he reaches for her. "Forgive me," he whispers, the words a brittle promise, cracking under the pressure of their reality. There's a sadness in his voice that pulls at my heartstrings, a desperate plea that echoes through the hallways of time. A reminder that even gods can bleed, even legends can crumble. I remember the sorrow stitched into the fabric of their love, a tapestry woven with betrayal, passion, and the haunting spectre of regret. In the distance, the clash of swords echoes through the fog, a symphony of violence that draws the warriors closer to their destinies. Hector stands at the front lines, a man forged in the fires of honor, yet shadows creep into his heart. I remember how his gaze flickers between duty and the gentle laughter of his son, a boy whose future hangs by a thread, fragile like a spider's web in the morning dew. "Will you return to us?" the boy had asked, innocent and trusting, and Hector had smiled, though the smile didn't reach his eyes. He knew, deep down, that war is a fickle mistress, and loyalty is a sword that cuts both ways. "I will always return," he had promised, yet each promise laced with the knowledge that the sands of time slip through our fingers like whispers lost to the wind. The sky darkens, a curtain falling on the stage of their lives, and within the shadows, I sense the ghostly hands of fate tightening their grip. I remember the chill that lingers in the air, an omen of what's to come, as if the very cosmos holds its breath in anticipation of the blood that will spill, both innocent and guilty alike. "Do you hear that?" a soldier murmurs, eyes wide with the primal fear of the unknown. It's the wailing of the fallen. A shiver runs down my spine, the echo of their cries a haunting melody. Each note resonates with the weight of their decisions, choices made in the name of love and loyalty. Yet here they stand, mere mortals caught in a tempest, their humanity laid bare, fragile beneath the facade of strength. As the final seconds of light dissolve into darkness, I feel the heartbeat of the city, a pulse of despair echoing through its walls. The hearts of men beat wildly, each thump a reminder of their mortality, their vulnerability. I remember the faces, lost in the haze of glory, each one a reflection of ambition twisted into greed. There's no nobility in war, only the raw, aching truth of survival. The moment escalates, spiraling into chaos, a cacophony of screams and the clash of metal. I remember how the ground trembles beneath the weight of their choices, how the air thickens with the scent of smoke and fear. The Trojan horse stands before them, a sinister beacon of fate, laughter echoing from its hollow belly, a cruel jest at the expense of the brave. Foolish men, I think, to believe in the sanctity of their walls. They had built fortifications strong enough to withstand the might of gods, but what of the cracks within? The doubts, the betrayals, all festering like wounds left untreated. In the midst of it all, I find Helen once more, caught in the web of her creation. She holds her breath, a dam holding back the flood of emotions that simmer beneath her skin. "What have I done?" she whispers, a confession that trembles in the dark. Caught between love and honor, I am but a pawn. And in that moment, as the battle rages on and blood stains the ground, the truth unfurls, a truth that binds them all together, a realization that cuts deeper than any blade. Love is not merely a feeling, it is a crucible, a fire that forges and destroys, an echo that will resonate through ages untold. As the first light of dawn breaks through the horizon, I feel the surge of uncertainty, the breath of the future lingering just out of reach. The cycle continues, a loop of passion and pain, and I find myself caught within its grasp, unable to look away. Each pulse, each heartbeat, is a reminder that the legends of old are not merely stories, they are mirrors reflecting our own struggles, our own choices, our own hearts laid bare. And as the shadows stretch long, I realize that in the aftermath of every love, every war, lies a truth, a haunting melody that will echo through eternity, intertwining the fates of the brave, the broken, and the forever entwined. The weight of it all hangs heavy in the air, a reminder that the past never truly leaves us, but seeps into our bones, shaping the very essence of who we are destined to become.